All right. See if we can get everything sorted here. Greetings. Happy Sunday. To make double, triple sure I know what time of day it is, as my grasp on the flow of time unravels day by day. And with it, my streaming schedule. But we're here. We're live. We're good to go for what could potentially, possibly be the last video game playing installment, I guess we could call it, of James Bond. We'll see. What is up, Killick? What's up, Neo Freeman? What's up, Father Axe Keeper? Foamed, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, everybody else, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a delightful weekend. What's up, you? At least until the new one. Well, James Bond will be done and dusted by the time First Light comes out. So, you know, much like the Caped Crusade, it does not stay ongoing in the event of a new Batman game happening to come out. Neither will James Bond be in, perpetually ongoing concern. It will be finished. The book will be closed, finally. I look forward to it quite a bit at this point. I'm obviously excited to play First Light, and I expect to be playing it on stream, but in the strictest of terms, it is not part of James Bond. Just catching up on VODs. Well, let's chalk that up to good timing, except I don't know if it's good timing, because I guess I cut you off, but that's all right. You'll probably have a decent chance of catching up, before I get to actually playing anything today. But we'll see. We'll see. We might actually be keeping things a bit snappy. Last time I was on stream, and I think I talked about it. Maybe I just did on Discord. I don't know. Everything's a blur currently. But I was pontificating on the potential of restreaming not restreaming the Game Awards. I know I wasn't gonna do that, but do a post Game Awards stream to address and catch up on what was shown and talked about. But having caught up on the show on Friday morning, I figured, meh. There isn't really, like, none of the things that I was, like, the most, that I had presented as, like, the thing I would be the most excited to see was at the show. And there wasn't really much else of, like, even the stuff that's like, oh, that's a nice surprise, are things that I have a great amount of, like, things to say about, at least not currently. And, you know, I never expect there to be much at a show like this to really appeal to me. And certainly I don't expect the things that I would have the most to say about to be the things someone else might have the most to say about. So yeah, I figured it's really not worth, like, booting up a stream and chatting and watching 4 hours of trailers. I mean, I wasn't really feeling up to it anyway. I'm not even sure what word to use, but curious, I guess we can call it. Very low expectations, but interested in seeing, I suppose, what would be shown or talked about with the new Tomb Raider. Unsurprisingly, I'm not, like, jazzed about it, but that's because I think I have a kind of, I don't even know if I want to call it a complicated relationship with Tomb Raider. It's not really that complicated. I certainly don't want to call it an interesting relationship. I don't know. I doubt anyone else would find it interesting, but I've always liked the idea of Tomb Raider. I've always liked the idea of the character of Lara Croft, and I've enjoyed bits and pieces of Tomb Raider games here and there over the course of history, but I've never really played one that I felt fully lived up to my idea of what the concept is or should be. And I think in a lot of ways the closest was when I finally played the original about a year ago. I really loved that game. I thought it was really interesting and excellent, and I'm kind of, I mean, I played bits and pieces of it back in the day. I played like the original, probably the first 3 or 4, at least, you know, a level or 2 or so of them, but I've never finished any of them. I finished Tomb Raider Legend, thought it was kind of whatever. Finished the 2013 game when I eventually played it in like 2018 or something, and I liked it a lot more than I thought I would, but I did not in any way like it. I thought it was a surprisingly good Uncharted, with a couple of asterisks. Like, if you ignore any of the backtracking, if you ignore the survival stuff, if you ignore the entirety of the narrative and the characterization of Lara, and if you play it specifically the way I did, or, well, I shouldn't say me engaging it in the very specific way I did, imposing some very specific rules on myself, I had a much better time with it than I expected to. I pretty much exclusively, to as far as I absolutely could, only used the bow and arrow throughout the entire game. I only ever used guns when I ran out of arrows. I played it as like linearly as I possibly could, and I kind of didn't give a shit about anything to do with the story or narrative or character stuff. And as such, like, it was a surprisingly fun one of those. And I really enjoyed the action. Like, the actual combat design and like the encounter designs, I thought were surprisingly good. Lord Mr. Radon rating with a whole bunch of viewers.
You shall be a champion of the good, a protector of the weak and innocent. You shall become a Dragon Master.
Welcome, welcome. Congrats, Ewitch, on your newfound status as a Dragon Master. Please wield your newfound powers responsibly. Don't do anything Jimmy Lee would do, and/or anything Billy Lee wouldn't. I don't know. I'll leave you to split the difference. It's time for GoldenEye 007 Remake Reloaded Rogue Agent Bond. He's rarely been less reloaded than in this upcoming game. Given that it's actually the original game and not GoldenEye in name only in any one of those ways. Yes, we're going to be continuing our playthrough of the Xbox Live arcade version of GoldenEye, which was never commercially officially released, but did find its way onto the internet in a nearly finished form a couple of years ago. We're currently doing the regular top of the stream just chatting section, though. And as I'm confusedly trying to scroll up to catch up with chat here and find my way back, we're talking very, very briefly. Hopefully, we'll see. I mean, I guess Father Axekeeper is still catching up on the previous VOD, so maybe we'll give him some time, but briefly addressing some of my thoughts on some Game Awards stuff, because I didn't have a chance to until now. But yeah, so Tomb Raider. I like the idea of it. Playing the original game, I actually really, really liked it. And I think I'm glad in a way that I didn't play it until now, because I think I would have, in some ways, not appreciated it the way I did if I had played it at any other time, basically, I guess we could call it. The level design of the original Tomb Raider is like really, really impressive to me, because it's so focused and restrained. And I want to eventually get to play the sequels, and it's going to be really interesting to see how that almost certainly will kind of unravel and deteriorate over the course of the sequels. Because the thing that impressed me the most about that first game is how small the levels are. Because they showed a lot of restraint in not sort of doing as much as they possibly could with the 3D stuff. Like, they clearly kept, like, what's the word? They, well, the word's restraint, of course, but I keep reusing it, so what's another word? You know, they clearly aim to create spaces that you can logically explore and mentally map, and, like, I mean, just look at any, like, dungeon crawler game, whether it's a first-person one or kind of a top-down one, there's absolutely no shortage of games that just have these huge amounts of like completely labyrinthine dungeons where they did not really show that kind of restraint. So it was not uncommon to do that kind of thing. And I think especially if you want to create something impressive, the easy way to make people go, ooh, it's just say like, oh, we've got 48 acres of dungeon hallways. I mean, you look at things like, I don't know, Morrowind or whatever. I mean, you still see it today where it's like, oh, Red Dead Redemption 2 is 52 square miles larger than the original or whatever. And for some games that can add value or it can mean something. But it doesn't... Bigger levels does not make better levels.
What do you got there? Box?
Flygon Breloom with the box art review request. We'll get to that once I'm finished ranting. Let me get that for safe. Well, actually, let's... bear with me for a moment. That in the meantime. Yeah, there was a lot of moderation. The design is very deliberate. Those are good words, indeed. So anyway, there's a lot that I kind of wasn't expecting to be as impressed with. I mean, I guess that's how being impressed works. You're rarely impressed by the exact amount that you expect to be impressed. But yeah, I am a huge fan, as regular viewers will be aware of like pulp, like classic pulp hero stuff. I think in general, when it comes to media and entertainment, my sensibilities are such that like I enjoy stuff that's, you could call it juvenile. I prefer to use the word earnest. I like characters to be attractive. I like things to be exciting and entertaining and like cool and fun for the sake of it. I hate like irony and cynicism and like being embarrassed about stuff being fun or cool. So we have to like, you know, my least favorite thing is like when stuff has to be, you know, sanitized in whatever, you know, in whatever way. It does not have to mean removing like violence or nudity or something like that specifically. It's just, you know, when you take an idea or a concept or something that existed in the past and then say, well, that would be fun or cool or interesting or appealing or whatever, but what if we you know, make it less of that thing that it is, so that it's gonna, you know, placate a larger audience. Or it doesn't have to be for that reason, but I take it to typically be that, or you know, or to more or less synonymous, I guess, but like to be better aligned with current trends in tastes and sensibilities. Good guys who are good and bad guys who are bad. I mean, that can be part of it. I wouldn't necessarily say that it has to be. I'm not against stories with moral depth or ambiguity by any means. And I think there's room for everything. I guess my biggest peeve is like when you take a property or you take an idea that either could be sort of taken in that direction, or more to the point, like stuff that previously has been, or something that's conceived as being in that sort of space, but then strip it of that part of its identity to make it, you know, more modern or whatever it is. So in the case of Lara Croft, I think, yes, that is reflected in like the visual design of the character. I absolutely 1000% adore Toby Gard's original artwork, the concept art or whatever you want to call it, the drawings that he drew before the first game that were used like prominently in like magazine coverage and marketing and whatever else for that first game. Like those drawings of Lara Croft, she is like the coolest fucking character, and she's never been that cool in any of the games, including all the old ones. I think broadly, like most of the original series, at least like the first four, like I haven't really played the later ones, but I know that by like Angel of Darkness, things were already kind of aesthetically going in a different direction. But I wouldn't call it like a particular sort of evolution or decline within the first 3 or 4 games. I think those are all kind of, at least visually, I can't really speak to the characterization or storytelling, but like visually, her design, I think, all in relatively equal measure live up or, you know, reflect those like original illustrations, but none of them managed to ever be nearly as actually cool as those illustrations, and certainly none of the other games have since then. And yeah, that's part of it, but I think it's also like part of what I like about those illustrations is not just like the anatomy or the silhouettes, that like the way it's drawn, the costume design. Like, yes, it's all those things, but it's also the personality. Like she, and this I think does come across, at least in the first game, she's like a bit unhinged. She's like a little bit of a psychopath, sort of, but she's like very confident, and she doesn't give a shit. Like, but she's just not really a sort of. She's not necessarily. I mean, I guess it's very open to interpretation if you're just looking at the illustrations. But like, she doesn't necessarily come across as like a smartass or like, you know, not even necessarily charming, but very like she's very like strong, but also sort of like focused on her, like what she cares about. And I think that sort of singular vision of like that character, and she's just there to be a badass action adventurer, treasure hunter, like that is appealing. It's such a pure like appeal, a pure concept of a character, and that's what speaks to me. So I think in general, like taking a character like that and trying to add depth is, I don't know, I think it's like kind of ill-advised. I'm not saying you couldn't ever possibly do it, but I think it's very difficult to do it while maintaining that appeal. And you could look at, I don't know, a character like He-Man, who's also like extremely straightforward in his appeal. That like, yeah, you can expand the lore and build out and do more things and whatever, and I'm sure there are incarnations of Masters of the Universe that have successfully done that, but it's like, if you want a He-Man thing to be appealing or to capitalize on the inherent appeal of the design of that character in that world, you don't want to introduce a bunch of elements that like dilute that like core appeal. And that's what I think is like the issue that I have with Tomb Raider, that even when you're doing something that is like, you know, attempting to sort of like what they're doing with the new like remake of Tomb Raider 1, I think it's obviously a much more appealing approach than the most recent games, because I didn't like those at all. Like I enjoyed my playthrough of Tomb Raider 2013, but I was surprised that I was able to enjoy it all that much, because my enjoyment came from a place that was sort of diametrically opposed to what they were actually trying to do with the game, or at least from everything outside of the pure game mechanics of it, like the story and the world, and like the whole idea of doing like this 3 games long origin story, trying to tell a story of who Lara Croft was before she became the cool character that you actually like, is like so mind-blowingly stupid to me that it's like I cannot, like, I don't want to say who gives a shit, because I guess maybe some people do, but I don't give a shit. I do not give a shit about a story that is showing me the character that I love when they were in a apparently totally different part of their life, and they were not yet the character that I love. Like, when they are someone totally different, like, no, that doesn't add depth, or not in any way I care about anyway. It just, like, makes me tap my foot.
What you got there? A box?
Waiting for when she is gonna, like, be the thing that I would want her to be, except now with all this newly added baggage, it's never gonna amount to the thing that I want it to be anyway. And that's a lot of media and whatever. And of course the sequels, I never played Shadow, but Rise of the Tomb Raider I really didn't like because it quadrupled down on all those elements of the first reboot game that I could kind of ignore. The second game is like full-on survival crafting, 45 types of currency, you know, loot, scrap grinding, 8,000 icons vomited all over the open world map. It's all snow, so the environment kind of sucks too. Like, it was just, I understand that for the people who enjoyed the first reboot for the exact opposite reasons that I did, I can see why they would have enjoyed Rise of the Tomb Raider. And it's a well-regarded game. A lot of people really like that one. But it was like, yeah, it completely built on everything I didn't like about the reboot. So relative to those games, I think it would be almost, I would be like shocked to see them not go in a, like, to not see the pendulum sort of swing the other direction towards like the more pulpy stuff. But the thing is, like, from what we've seen, I think it's still like on that spectrum. As far as the games themselves, if the original game is like here on the pulp spectrum, and I'm guessing, having not played all of them, I would say probably like Rise and maybe Shadow are like the other end of that spectrum as of now. What they're doing, I think, is like maybe here somewhere. It's like maybe a quarter of the way towards this, and what I would want is like over here. I think the first game was awesome, but it like using whatever budget, technology, refinements in game design, sort of technique, etc., whatever you could do. I don't want to endlessly reminisce and try to harken back to what that original game was. It was cool. I don't think the new one is gonna scratch the same itch that game did. I don't imagine it's gonna have the same it's not gonna feel the same way, and the specific things that I loved about it, whether it's the pulpy magic lore shit or the actual level design, which was most of what I liked, I just can't see it fully living up to that. And where I would want, like, I don't want the original game's ideas, but with more realistic graphics. I don't want the graphics to be realistic. I want it to be, you know, I want it to look like, you know, a 50s pulp novel cover. I want that energy. I want it to look like Doc Savage or whatever, you know? Like, that's the energy that I would want. And I don't think trying to go for like any kind of visual realism is reaching in that direction necessarily. So I think the remake could be a fun game. I wouldn't mind playing it, but I don't think it's gonna, I reckon it's gonna be probably around I don't know, Tomb Raider Underworld levels of yeah, kind of cool, but not, you know, really what I would, not fully scratching my particular itch. Although, again, to be clear, if we're using this kind of spectrum to illustrate, and if they're going about this far towards what I would want, I think my expectations of what they would do was probably somewhere in this part of the spectrum. So they're probably, at least with the remake, probably leaning about as far in that direction as I could ever have hoped for. But I think the actual new game, just the impression I get from the trailer, the tone of the dialogue and everything, I think is still like inching a little closer here. Maybe it's not fair to say that it's like 25% of the way. Maybe it's like closer to halfway. I don't know. But either way, I have thoughts on it, as you can hear, but what we actually saw, there isn't really much to reflect on. But I would definitely like to play the new game just to see what it's, or the remake, I should say, to clarify. 2027 game, I have no opinion on really until we see more of it, but I cannot imagine it pushing things like, supposedly it's a direct sequel to Underworld or like those games. I would honestly kind of prefer a full-on, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of continuity in canon anyway, but in order to kind of shed all the baggage, I would honestly prefer a full reboot, purely on account of every previous game, in my opinion, failing to fully live up to my sort of platonic ideal of Tomb Raider, right? I would want it to be something so removed from everything else. Like, it would have to be removed from everything else in order to live up to what I would want from it, really. Meaning that, like, as long as it's not, it's inherently more or less incapable of being fully what I would want. But I would never expect it to be that, so I'm not, it's hard to say that I'm, like, disappointed by it. I enjoyed what I played of Tomb Raider Anniversary, but I played, like, third of it, maybe, when it first came out. I've actually been meaning to revisit it. I've been wanting to play it, but I've not really had the opportunity to do so. Anyway, I didn't really mean to talk at that much length about it. We'll get to the reviews shortly, but I wanted to just also super quickly address, like, as far as what else was on the show. I'm really glad to see Capcom pushing a new Mega Man game. I bought 11. I didn't play much of it. I was never the biggest Mega Man fan, but I'm glad to see them doing stuff with more IP. And I think doing 2D platformers is exactly what they should be doing with Mega Man. Like, and this is what I've been saying for years, that, like, enjoyers of old games, at least me, but I probably, hopefully, speak for more than one person when I say that people who like old games enjoy those games because of the games they were, not just because of the name of the game or elements of their universe or narrative. So the idea that, like, well, here's this old thing, but it's only worth bringing back if we fundamentally change the core of what the experience is like kind of weird to me. Yeah, of course, there's plenty of room to do other things than 2D platformers in Mega Man, but the idea that it's, like, only worth bringing back if you're turning it into a Ratchet and Clank or whatever is something I can never agree with. Mega Man in particular, I think, has both a track record of different types of games as well as plenty of 2D platformers. But the idea that, like, it has to be reinvented fully to be, like, worth doing is, I don't understand. I don't relate to that line of thinking whatsoever. I don't love the visuals of it. I think 11 just looked kind of cheap, and I guess we haven't really seen enough of the new one to really judge, but I want Capcom to have the confidence and willingness to do projects like that aren't going to sell 20, 30, 40, 50 million copies. And if that means making them on a much smaller budget, then good. They maybe shouldn't be huge games. I thought Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection was a really cool thing, and I would just love to see more things like that. And they recently made some kind of announcement that they want Mega Man to be like a, I forget the word they used exactly, but it's like a premier property or whatever. And that doesn't have to mean, in my opinion, that it should have games with the same scope and development budget and sales expectations of a Street Fighter or a Resident Evil or a Monster Hunter. I just think it means they shouldn't let 5, 8, 10 years pass without putting out anything. So keep smaller things coming. Like, I think that's perfectly fine. And I would love to see more companies that have a slew of these old IPs that they're not doing anything with take a similar approach of, like, not, like, being willing to actually do smaller things, or for that matter, like Sega's been doing a lot for the past however many years, just be willing to license the IP to someone else who has an idea what they want to do. and be okay with it being done at a smaller scale, to just kind of keep the IP and brand out there and hopefully result in like actual good games. What do I think of Aeon Flux? I haven't really seen it. I can't really comment on it. I think you can absolutely use a blatant disregard for continuity as a storytelling tool. That's cool. But for the most part, I just don't like the obsessive shackling of oneself as a creator or as a consumer to the idea that like the main purpose of enjoying media is to find out more information so that you can fill out more wiki pages, which I think is like, that's just a complete answer on modern like entertainment media. Because I think it's like that shit is so much more, it adds so much more baggage than it adds anything of value. Yes, it's fun with like stuff paying off things that have been previously established. It's exciting. Like, I don't mind world building. I just don't like the idea of being beholden, like limiting creative choices by what came before, or by like having to fit into an increasingly narrow like space of what is allowed based on, you know, what's considered like a canon or continuity. Like it's, I can't think of a single example of a piece of media that like plays fast and loose with that kind of thing where I feel like it suffered for it. Like, who gives a shit? I don't know why this is the first thing that comes to mind, but like the Resident Evil movies, where like every single movie ends with like a cliffhanger ending, and each next movie just completely like, they spend their opening scene explaining why that cliffhanger does not matter whatsoever. Fuck it, here's the new plot. Those movies suck ass, but that is not a reason why. I think that's like really funny and it's kind of stupid. Like, I don't know why they keep doing these like cliffhanger endings when they like never matter, but that's fine. Or even like failing to address it, like that's fine. At the very least, if the reason you're doing it is because you have like bigger concerns. But I think ultimately, like the individual story being told, and that when I use the word story, I use it kind of loosely. I guess we could call it experience. If the experience being delivered in a single work like is held back by some kind of pre-established continuity, then I think you should be perfectly fine ignoring that piece of continuity in the name of like making the experience of the singular work better or more focused or cohesive. Because I think that always trumps that like the continuity canon concerns. And that's really the long and short of it. Like, it's not that continuity can never be good. It's that being beholden to it creates more limitations than anything. Vibes-based continuity, yeah, pretty much. I mean, I guess you could take a better example, I guess, would say the Mad Max films. I mean, George Miller is like probably my favorite film director, and like I think he's like, I love his movies, but also just like the way he talks about stuff in interviews and everything. Like, he's such a fascinating person, but I think he has like a great attitude towards like storytelling and things like that in general. Like, it just doesn't, like, he's clearly not overly concerned with that kind of thing, and I think his movies are better for it. Like, it doesn't, like, people who obsess over like finding discrepancies in how the Mad Max films connect with one another are like purposefully ruining their own enjoyment of the work. And I just like, why would you do that? Like, it doesn't matter. So that's my attitude to that kind of thing. And at this point, I barely even remember how we got into this conversation, but it doesn't really matter. Let's get some imagery ready here, such that we can move on to a little bit of box art review. I guess we'll use this one. I was technically requested like 3 different ones. They're not exactly the same, but I'll just go with this one. It's whatever. Give me a moment. Done that. Father Ice Cooper, welcome back. You're all caught up? Good, good. Yeah, I mean, the original Mad Max is a fascinating film. I would greatly recommend anyone to watch The Madness of Max, I think it's called. It's a documentary, like a feature-length documentary about the making of the first film. And they talk with a lot of the cast. And it was made relatively recently. I think it was made before Fury Road came out, but like around that time. So it was around, like, it wasn't something that was put together like to do with Fury Road really, but it sort of came out around that time. I think it was, I first saw it because I think it was included on like the Blu-ray set of the 4 films when that first came out. But it's really, really good, and that, like, it's impossible. I don't know, it reminds me so much of when me and my friends would watch the like making of documentary stuff on the Bad Taste VHS. Like, it was so like absurdly inspirational. Like, Peter Jackson is just like such an interesting character. I mean, it certainly was back then. I mean, I don't think he's become any less interesting, but certainly his body of work has transformed somewhat since then. And same thing when I read Rebel Without a Crew, the book that Robert Rodriguez wrote about the making of El Mariachi. I read that book in like high school, and of course he always had these like super good extra stuff on the DVDs. There's like the 10-minute film school bits on the El Mariachi and Desperado DVD. I guess it was on the Once Upon a Time in Mexico too, but I don't know. Robert Rodriguez kind of fell off. He's super interesting too, granted, but I don't know. In any case, like these like making of type things about these like highly passionate individuals making these like uncompromising works, it's just super crazy inspiring to me. And that documentary about Mad Max is like right up there. Anyway, yeah, George Miller fucking rules. Let's try to catch up. Have I ever watched Burst City? I am not. I would not say that I'm like super well versed on Japanese cinema. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff in that vein that I would really love. I'm like really bad with like watching films nowadays. When I was in like high school, me and my friends watched a lot of Hong Kong movies and would have really gotten super into that kind of stuff. When I was in college, I had some friends. We would routinely watch a lot of like martial arts movies and B movies, horror movies and stuff. One of my friends was like super into Bruno Mattei, and we would have these marathons of watching all kinds of shit. But it's been a very long time since I really engaged with that kind of stuff. Bear with me for a moment. I'm trying to do like stream production, but I get caught up in chat. Yeah, the biker gang had to like transport the bikes across the country, and they like convinced, I'm not even sure who they convinced. I am not even sure who convinced whom, but they were like, oh yeah, we'll just drive them down, and we'll just we'll use it as rehearsal. We'll just get into character over a couple of weeks, so we don't have to pay like exorbitantly expensive shipping or whatever. But yeah, that documentary, it's like full of amazing stories like that. Super fascinating stuff. But anyway, I'm trying to get back on track here. I've been digressing out of about 4 levels of digressions. So let's hop on over here. And Let's see, we'll start this one right here. GoldenEye 007, only for Nintendo 64, in a manner of speaking. I think GoldenEye is interesting, speaking purely about the aesthetics and visuals of what we're looking at here. Obviously, the imagery here is largely taken from the film, like, marketing materials. It's not exactly, I think, one of the posters, but like more or less. And I think GoldenEye actually has, as far as Bond film posters go, they're kind of weak. I mean, I think the Brosnan era in general is like sort of weak-ish for posters. They're okay, but that's of course kind of a reflection of film posters in general being in like gradual decline, and just being a reflection of their time. So, you know, if the film had an amazingly awesome painted cover or poster, and we like repurposed that for this box, it could have been super sick. But I suppose, much like the game and its, you know, details like the soundscape and everything being like very reflective of the aesthetics of the film, the box is reflective of the aesthetics of the film's marketing material. So at least it's very cohesive. Like it feels like part of the same whole. It's a bit messy. I always found those little cut-ins of the shots that's sort of on the left and right. I never quite understood the, like, what's going on with sort of how they're just cut out. It's got a very kind of sloppy, messy collage kind of feel to it. And then we got the whole James Bond Stendo frog mouth. It's, I don't know. It's kind of whatever, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I think the Japanese box is like way sicker. It uses the same art, but it's sort of well, it's not the same art, but it's using the same kind of elements, I guess. But the formatting of it is just different. It has its own kind of video game appeal, but I guess it's also like both the American and PAL and 64 boxes are very unappealing to me in terms of their formatting and their template stuff. So that's kind of natural, I guess. Ultimately, I think this is like kind of messy. It's just not. It's fine, and it's not like a disappointment or a failure of any kind. It's just, I don't know. It's just kind of there. It's fine. In this version in particular, I guess it's kind of weird how the 007 logo and the GoldenEye logo just kind of like blends into the explosion and the red frame, so it's like kind of hard to read. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really care for it. I don't feel that strongly about it one way or the other. It's representative of the game, but it's not, like, for me, it certainly doesn't pass the poster test. I think the film poster is, certainly if we look at it up until that point in history, pretty weak as far as the film poster of all the Bond film posters, like GoldenEye. I don't want to say that it had the worst posters ever. I think License to Kill probably had the shittiest posters, actually. But they don't have that much to work with, I guess is what I'm getting at. Yeah, the whole like sort of copy-paste nature of it is a bit goofy and weird. I don't think it's bad. Not downright bad, but it's not like, I don't know. I think that like the black and white faces are like pretty striking, and it sort of stands out. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like it's a little bit all over the place. I don't think it's bad, but it's really nothing great. So it's one of many 3 stars where I'm just kind of shrugging my shoulders, going, I don't know, it's fine, I guess. I'm struggling to find too much of real, you know, value, of real interest, of real insight to add to my analysis of this box. So we'll leave it there. Oh yeah, let me do this. Give me 1 second. So as to not forget, let me bring up the new request queue. So that I can keep track here. This is a little bit of an outlier. I'll indulge. It's not really... I don't think this technically really qualifies because it's not a box. It's not a thing that's out, but we'll do it anyway. This is the one piece of marketing art, I guess, for the new Tomb Raider remake. It's one of those things where presented in this fashion, I really can't comment on composition or anything like that because this is just like a generic piece. I mean generic, I'm not talking about the artistic quality of what's on the picture, but literally like one generic sort of image that can be reformatted and repurposed for, you know, all these different digital storefronts and like Steam capsules and whatever else, assuming this is the artwork that they will use for it, which it may not be. It's more a piece of marketing art than anything. But reminds me of a mobile game app icon. I mean, that's what video game app icons / key art / covers kind of are nowadays.
What have you got there? A box?
I think, like, so I can't really review this as a cover art. I think what we can do is like we can analyze or reflect on the aesthetic and the general sort of idea that they're communicating with this. And I mean, I guess we already kind of talked about that to some degree at some amount of length. I think it's like clearly trying to swing the pendulum in the direction of the original games, but I think it's also filtered through a degree of realism and I guess like a degree of stylization or art direction or whatever we want to call it. Like it's taking a specific approach that is highly unaligned with what I would want to see and what the original kind of games were. It's inevitably a step up or a step in the right direction from you know, what the most recent games were. But I also think that like in terms of trying to depict a quote-unquote classic version of Lara Croft, this version, and I went into a little bit of discussion on social media about this. That was like the sole thing I had to comment on, much like on this stream after the Game Awards. And I looked up some imagery and stuff, and like Lara Croft has shown up in stuff like Dead by Daylight and Fortnite and whatever else. And you of course see people doing like fan art and whatever. And I think this to me doesn't feel like a reclamation or a statement of like, this is what we're doing with the character, this is what we're doing with the game. This feels like a kind of generically like sanitized, modern audiences approved version of like the idea of the original Lara Croft, as you would see like in you know, I want to say that in some of those other games, like there's multiple different skins. So there is like the 2013 Lara, and there's this kind of, I think if memory serves, like I saw people using the expression unified. Like I'm not sure if that's the official name for a particular version, but like the unified Lara Croft, that's like she has some kind of design that evokes the original outfit, but it's not really the same. But she's also like, she's like plausibly still the same character. Like she can use the same body proportions and physique and face as a version that also represents the most recent games. Like she represents this kind of all-encompassing ideal of the character, as opposed to being a new take or specifically the original version. And that to me just pushes it further away from the kind of incarnation that I would want it to be. So it's like I would want it to be either like, I think they did the exact same thing in Tomb Raider Anniversary, but of course that was only informed by every game up to, I forget the exact timeline of release. I'm not sure if Legend had been released before that. I think so, but it was at least informed by it to some degree. Whereas this version, I mean, it's kind of the same thing when you had like you've had stuff like Lara Croft Go and the other top-down, I forget the names of the games, but they were two games, I think. They were both called Lara Croft and not Tomb Raider, but they were like top-down co-op action puzzlers, as well as whatever other brand crossover things we've seen. Like, it's that kind of genericized modern version. Yeah, Temple of Osiris. I think there was one more as well, but so I really wish they would have, again, not even necessarily tried to push it closer to what the original game looked like or that version of the character, but go back further still to the original like art and create a new. And yeah, I've seen like people do like 3D sculpts and paintings and their own like concepts that are I think really cool. And of course, like, she's a character with enough longevity that everyone's going to have their own opinion and their own vision, you know, and I include myself in that. And I would want something that felt more either completely new or completely old. I think as far as, I don't want to say that this is like the blandest and worst and least like appealing or satisfying version of this that they could have done. I think if you look at whatever excuses for like a classic costume or whatever that you could find as an unlockable or DLC or whatever in the more recent games, that would probably be that. But it's like closer to that end of the spectrum than anything in the original like core design series of games. So I don't know. I mean, I like her kind of attitude. I like that she's muscular. I think, again, they could push that much further. But I think it's not quite what I would have wanted. I still reckon the game could be enjoyable, but I think it'll fall squarely in the middle of that space that's kind of like, yeah, there's things about this that I like, but it's not really the Tomb Raider game that I would have wanted. It's not the Lara Croft that I would have wanted, really. What makes it generic? Is it all too all safe? I mean, it's just too like it's too concerned with being realistic or being practical. Like it's too it's not looking at those original drawings or the original 3D models and saying like, how do we create this? It's like taking that and extrapolating from that. Okay, but what would those boots look like? What would those holsters look like? What would these shorts look like? What would that backpack look like if it was an actual person that had to wear this? If we had to actually construct these clothes, like, and it's not looking to like what's the inherent appeal of this design as it's drawn, but like trying to like that sort of filtering through this idea of making it more grounded and believable and realistic. Like that happens so much across modern like entertainment media that that process turns an original, more sort of pure vision of something. It's like a filter it goes through to become more modern, and that's the same filter that's applied to like every video game or movie that is attempting to market itself to a wide audience. It's not looking to recreate. I mean, it's a perfectly valid approach to take. I'm not saying it's like they made a mistake, but that process is, to me, making it like more bland, because it's making it more like everything else, and it's making me more like these recent versions of the character that I don't like. The idea of like looking at I mean, Lara Croft is a perfect example, because you could look at those, like the promotional CG renders or the drawings, and like so many people are conditioned. I mean, I'm not saying it's not earnest, but like people will look at the original Lara Croft and they will go, well, that looks ridiculous. We can't have that. We couldn't possibly have a video game character that looks like this. It's embarrassing. People will not take it seriously, you know. Whether that kind of reaction is from someone involved with the creation and production, or if it's from a consumer, like, you know, it's the Cyclops making fun of yellow spandex 25 years ago. Like, oh, that thing that people have liked for decades, well, that's stupid. It can't be that. We have to be modern, mature adults about this, so we have to strip it of its identity, make it this thing that we have all collectively as society agreed is acceptable and worthy of respect, and then it's okay. And I think that, like, that mindset is what I just cannot stand. Like, and I think like this version of Lara Croft is like, as far as they're willing or capable or interested in going towards something that is like, you know, it's informed by the old original stuff, but it's not, in my mind, it's not faithful to it. The game might be in tone. She, in her characterization, might be faithful to the original kind of unhinged Lara Croft, and that'd be cool. I'm not ruling out the possibility that I enjoy and even love this game. But to me, this isn't like, oh, they took what was cool about the original, but they updated it, they improved it, they evolved it. It's like, no, they went back a little bit, but not too far. They still stayed comfortably in the realm of like what quote unquote modern audiences accept as like the acceptable degree of pulp ridiculousness. But if you actually indulge more than this, then it's gonna be like, you know, just too silly, or whatever it is. Yeah, exactly, Zalathar. Like, I think movie, like, superhero costumes. I think Batman and Robin has, like, the best Batman suit in movie history. Like, the suits in that film look fucking awesome. And, like, I don't know how or why people collectively just agreed that, like, sculpted latex superhero suits weren't fucking sick, but they were like worthy of ridicule. And it's like, what, like, I don't know. It bothers me on like a daily basis. I mean, of course, all of the original 80s 90s Batman films still had stuff like the Batsuit being all black and whatever. Like, it wasn't, you know, we never fully got a proper blue and gray Batman or whatever. Like, it could still go further, but the idea that, like, you know, putting the X-Men in motorcycle suits was like, oh, good riddance, we got rid of that stupid shit, now we can, whatever. And like, people trying to celebrate current Marvel movies for actually doing superhero costumes, like, well, only just fucking barely. And it's like, I mean, look at how people responded to Gambit in Deadpool and Wolverine. Like, was that like the first proper, like, actual comic faithful costume put on film in decades? I just don't like understand where this idea of like, oh, but like we have to filter these comic book designs through this layer of like army fatigues and practical boots and panels and zippers and pockets and whatever, and we have to mute all the colors. Ah, pisses me off. Anyway, that's my review of the key art for Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis. I'm not comfortable giving this a score because it doesn't really apply. But But there you go. Let's call that a free bonus rant. Let's see. We got 2 more here. We have the US cover for Tomba. It's a little bit of a mess, this cover, I think, in terms of composition. It's like a little awkwardly cropped, but it works out well enough. It's got a little bit of that clip art factor for sure, with the environment and weirdness going on. Like, it feels... I don't know offhand what the Japanese cover looks like, but I would be willing to bet that it's like a more cohesive illustration and not these like drawings kind of pasted on a CG background. I could be wrong. But of course, like it's like many American boxes, I guess, of Japanese games, where they inherit some of the appeal of the artwork that they did use, but they put it together in a way that's like a little bit less appealing. I like the artwork and the character designs, but I think the way the art assets have been used, I don't think like elevates this in particular. It doesn't elevate the artwork, and it does. I mean, it sells the game in an earnest fashion. It's not embarrassed about its roots or what it is, which, you know, that's good. That's more than you would get from many American releases of Japanese games, certainly a game like this. So, like, they didn't fuck up the assignment. That's good. But I also feel like it's not necessarily... It's, like, too plain and basic for me to give it a high score, I think. It's not a reflection, really, of the quality of the illustrations. And I use plural there because I definitely feel like it's not a singular illustration that was made like this. But more so what they did with it. Like, even if I sound needlessly harsh, like, it, you know, Capcom were kind of the master. Capcom USA, I should specify, were the masters of, like, not using sick artwork and just doing these lazy shit copy paste clip art bullshit, except for when they commissioned new terrible artwork, of course, which they did sometimes. And if it was like that, I would be much more mean about it. Taking that approach, or sort of that approach here, I think they still did an okay job with it. But it's without knowing offhand what the Japanese box looks like, I feel like this would be a thing that if I had it back in the day, if I saw it, I'd be like, I wouldn't have thought twice about it. And in fact, like, yeah, okay, it actually represents the game, you know. But then you see, like, the actual proper illustration, and you go, what the fuck? Like, why did they do this? So yeah, even the thing like the I think the weird thing is, like, the pigs. I don't necessarily know that it's different artists, but it's like the line weight is totally different, and like the coloring kind of looks different. It's like they scanned and like were processed differently. And that definitely adds to the sort of hodgepodge feel to it. So yeah, it's like, by the standards of what you would expect for this kind of thing, it's like, yeah, they didn't fuck it up out of 10. Like, adequate job, like sarcastic thumbs up, like, oh well, good on you. But I'm like hard pressed to give it much more than that. So again, like, it would be needlessly harsh to give this a below average score, because I think, as far as these things, it's like topping out at 3, and if this is, it's like reaching about its maximum potential for this kind of thing, I guess. Yeah, the visual hierarchy is just weird. with like the there's more contrast and noise in the bushes and stuff behind the pigs. The pigs in general are just like softer and lower contrast than anything else. It's like if the drawings themselves weren't extremely charming, I have no qualms giving this 2 stars, but there are still elements here that are of some value. But it's you know, I mean it's a pretty weak 3, I think. It's as the cover goes, ignoring the quality of the illustration, I guess it's probably about a 2. But even then, the composition's got something going for it. Reckon this cover was made in a week? Yeah, that seems generous. All right, and we have one more here. I think I spiritually invoked this, even though I didn't say it out loud. I was actually thinking, of course, of the Japanese Perfect Dark box when we were talking about GoldenEye. I think this is really cool. It's like really striking. I couldn't tell you how related this is to the game. But I remember seeing this in Japan and being like, whoa, this is what they put on the box for this? That's kind of cool. I mean, I have no idea. I don't remember at all what the other regions look like. I can picture it. I can imagine what it probably looks like. I definitely can picture a sort of specific CG render of Joanna Dark, who I don't remember if that's what's on the box or not, but I can kind of picture that, and that's pretty what you would expect and generic. But this is really cool. And yeah, I mean, in general, Japanese N64 boxes are always just going to be much better than the Western ones, just on account of them being... So the format of these boxes is like, they're pretty large. They're not like PC big box large, but I think they're probably... Like, I have this like Mega Drive style box. I think they're around this size, maybe like very slightly larger, and they're a little thicker. And the fact that they're vertical, as well as not having a bunch of template shit on them, like they're just this, like, as far as anything put out by Nintendo, like Nintendo never had better canvases for sick boxes than on the Japanese N64. Super Famicom would be second, but Super Famicom is cursed because of the tall format, meaning that like games never use the aspect ratio or the canvas properly, which was not really the issue, or an issue I should say, on the N64. But yeah, this, like, the color scheme, like the super like high contrast striking look, like the logo, like it has such a artistic quality to it, with anything from like the logo being like off center. The white logo like stands out like a sore thumb. I guess that's a bad expression because it stands out in a good way, but like it's instantly readable. And it's such a, like, you could pick this box out in a sea of other boxes from a mile away. Whether or not it looks like the game or not, it's just so striking. I think ever since I first saw this, I was like, man, this is sick. Like, it's so unexpected that they would do something like this. We got this lady on a couch holding a gun, and then there's this other gun propped up. Like, I guess this kind of looks like it's a hotel room or something. It's a little bit unclear, but it's mysterious, and even though it doesn't really reflect the game per se, it does to me suggest like spy thriller. So I think it does kind of... It doesn't feel... You know, we're not talking about an American Phalanx box type situation. It's like a creative interpretation of the vibes that you would want to sell this game on. Because I think if you look at this box, ooh, this is interesting. You look at the back of the box, it's like, oh, this spy action shooter, and you play the game. Yeah, it might not be this exactly, but I don't think you would be like disappointed or feel like the cover misrepresented the game or like sold it on false pretenses. I would imagine that Rare had fuck all to do with this. I cannot possibly imagine. I don't think Rare had much to do with the boxes of their games in any region. Like they didn't publish the games. Technically, this one, it says published by Rare, distributed exclusively by Nintendo. So maybe they did actually. That's interesting. But no, I'm sure there would have been some Japanese marketing, people involved somewhere. And in general, I think the same would have gone for putting together boxes for the European or American markets, etc. I mean, for the most part, you would never expect anyone involved in making a game to be involved with the decisions of, what the box looks like. But yeah, I think it's super cool. So for me, I think this is, it's not, in terms of execution or subject matter or style, for me, it's not like a complete slam dunk. It doesn't speak to my sensibilities that like sort of perfectly, no pun intended, but I think it's really cool. So for me, it's an easy 4 at least. Wonder if they were braver with the box because they only wanted to sell it to adults. I mean, this would surely have been a very niche thing. The N64 was not popular in Japan. Like an overseas developed first-person shooter in like 2000 or 2001 or whenever this would have come out in Japan. Like it's such a... I imagine it would be a thing where I don't think expectations were really attached to this. So I could imagine them being kind of having free reign to kind of do whatever. So I think we could see a situation like that. Someone just had a vision for something cool that they wanted to do, and I mean, they're certainly not going for like bombast appeal of like. It's pretty understated, right? So it's definitely trying to sell itself more on intrigue than on like bombast. So I think it makes sense that someone would have had the idea to kind of like, well, okay, let's see what can we do here? How can we do this? Because it's not like, if we're trying to think of like something going in the opposite direction would be like Microsoft publishing Crackdown at a time when they still had some notion of wanting to appeal to the Japanese market. They got instead of using the whatever key art they had for the game, they got Monkey Punch to draw a completely new illustration for the Japanese cover of Crackdown for the Xbox 360. Which I don't know if it had any like effect. I don't know if that made the game sell like 5 more copies. But I think that's like the opposite approach of this, where it's like, well, how can we spend money on buying appeal in this market versus like what kind of tricks can we pull to make this niche thing find some audience, or at least make someone pick up a box and look at the back of it to figure out what the heck's going on. But there you go. That's my review of Perfect Dark, the Japanese box. Let's mark these as complete, because I will definitely not remember to do that otherwise. And with that, I have been live now for an hour and a half. So I guess we're probably about ready to do some James Bonding. Let's do this and hop on over to the Bond scene. So we started last time. We made it through 8 levels, something like that. And we will pick up where we left off. But first, see here. Just a quick recap. What we are playing today, for those unaware, is the unreleased Xbox Live port, I guess we can call it, of GoldenEye 007 originally for the N64. This was never released due to the licensing situation being extremely complicated. They did, however, presumably use a lot of the the work and tech of this in their Perfect Dark version, which did come out in 2009, 2010 maybe, something like that. This game was known to exist for pretty much since its I was gonna say conception, but like the game showed up. It was never announced officially. There were rumors, I'm sure, people like hearing about it or like speculating about it, etc. But a build of the game did show up on PartnerNet very, very, very briefly in, I think, 2007. PartnerNet being kind of a closed down version of Xbox Live that you could access as a developer, or like they used it for giving press access to like pre-release builds of games and stuff like that. It was sort of like a staging area, testing space for developers. So a lot of stuff showed up there first. A lot of things leaked and sort of became known through builds showing up on PartnerNet.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Thank you very much, C7, for subscribing. 2 months in the Skull Club. We greatly appreciate that. So there's been other games over the years that have sort of been known to exist, even though they never might have released. And this was one of them. But the it took until 2021 for a build of this game to actually make its way onto the public internet. And this game is not finished. The multiplayer component is not functional, as I understand it. And I think maybe you had to apply some like patch to it to make it properly work. I forget exactly what I had to do to get all this up and running. But the full single player campaign is in the game, and it has some changes to it in terms of the controls and stuff like that. And of course, it has all new graphics, which is like the main new feature. There's going to be a few glitches and funny things in the game, but by and large, it's fully playable and experienceable. That's a word, right? Sure, let's say it is. And yeah, like this is one of those things that was kind of a not for me personally, but for a lot of people, you could call it kind of a grail game, right? Like, known to exist. People would really love to have seen what it was, and finally getting the opportunity not just to see it, but actually like, oh, it's actually properly playable from beginning to end. There's a lot of stuff like that out there, right? And this being, of course, such a high-profile game, and being a thing that, like, if this had come out when it was supposed to, it would legitimately have been a really big deal. Like, people would have been hugely excited for this. It's not just some like niche thing that like a very particular brand of nerd finds exciting. Like, it's, I mean, when this first, well, I shouldn't say first, but when this finally like leaked, it was very widely reported on. Like, it was a big deal. And I'm like hard pressed to think of something like this that would garner that same kind of reaction. I'm not even sure what it would be. Like, it would almost, I'm sure there are things that I just like don't have top of mind, but for something to have been like known about for so long, something that people would really have wanted for so long, like, and people have probably sort of dismissed the chance of it actually getting out there as ever happening, and then like it actually being made available, and it actually being as finished as it is, and actually being as good as it is, like, it's kind of, yeah, it's, as far as these kind of things go, I think kind of difficult to top. So yeah, I'm a little envious. You know, I think for me, like the thing that immediately comes to mind anyway, as like the thing I would really want of that nature would be like the the HD remake of the original Mortal Kombat games. Of course, I don't know what state that was in, but like, let's say, like the perfect dream scenario of that would be like some like development computer being like scavenged that has like not just as, you know, complete of a playable build as they would have had, which I don't think that game was like anywhere close to finished, but also like having the footage and all the graphics. Like, we know that shoots happen because there are photos of those shoots happening. We know that they like got far enough in development to like have trouble like for things to be difficult and not quite work out, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they shot every actor. We've seen actors in costume, like a chunk of them, but who knows how that would have been scheduled. Like, but yeah, having like those high quality sprites or like the original footage from that, like, oh my god, that's like such a dream. But you know, at least we got GoldenEye XBLA. So without further ado, let's hop into the game. Will be the beta version of Virtual Pro Wrestling 64 2. It included a daytime Kawasaki Stadium arena that was removed from the shipped game. I mean, sometimes it can be really specific things like that, right? Fuck, there was another thing that just I just thought of, and then it slipped my mind immediately. Sometimes it's, yeah, like things that we kind of know had been in a game at some point, but was then taken out, and stuff like that. I mean, speaking of Midway, there was, of course, the long rumored, and that was actually really sick. So the big, like, noteworthy thing, I guess you could call it, well, there's multiple noteworthy things, but one noteworthy thing about NBA Jam is that Michael Jordan is not in it. Michael Jordan, of course, had like his own licensing empire. So even though they had the NBA license and they had the likeness rights of you know, a whole bunch of players, I don't know specifically if it's like they had the license included the likeness rights of everyone except Jordan, or if they had to negotiate those individually. I'm not exactly sure, but he was never in any version of the game. But there had been rumors for a long time that were eventually confirmed by like Mark Turmel that by request they had developed a special build of the game that had Jordan in it. Like, I'm sure they would have, it's not surprising that they like had a version, like they would have, when they were like prototyping and like mocking stuff up or whatever, they used, like, even in development, I'm sure they used like whatever photos that they could find, whatever footage, to get all the like the different head angles of all the players. So I'm sure Jordan would have been like the first player that they would try to put in the game anyway, right? But it was confirmed that there was a version of the game made essentially for Jordan that had him in it. And if I'm not mistaken, a build like that version was dumped at some point in relatively recent memory. I could be wrong about that. Maybe it was just that it was confirmed to have existed, or maybe there was pictures of it or something. But like, that's kind of a crazy thing. There was, of course, the version of Michael Jackson's Moonwalker for the Mega Drive that had Thriller in it. And that was like a relatively late change in the game. Some kind of rights issue where Thriller was taken out and was replaced with Another Part of Me. Which is also like super obvious that Thriller was always intended to be in the game, because it's like the zombie zone and they do the Thriller dance. Like, obviously it's supposed to have been Thriller. So like, that was a cool thing for that to actually surface. It's one of those things where it's obvious looking at it that was the original intention. And given that they actually animated the dance, like, yeah, they probably had that music in at some point, but for it to be like actually found and confirmed and like made available, shit like that's super cool. So I mean, who knows how many millions of things like that there are that we don't even know about. And then there's there's cool shit that is known to exist but just isn't made available, or sometimes we don't even have any kind of imagery of it. So yeah, but let's move on. It has now been another additional 10 minutes of me trying to start playing the game, reminiscing about weird stuff in old games that didn't quite make the cut. All right. Let me put this here. You'll see a screen coming up right now. That was probably not going to make the final shipping version. Oh yeah, let me bring up the spreadsheet here. Oh yeah, this never mind. I was gonna say like, oh, let me keep track of the bond quotient, but because this is not an official game, we're not tracking it, so I don't need to actually do that. For good likeness. I like that they made some changes to the character models to actually kind of make them more accurate to the costumes from the film. I like the fucking defense minister Dmitry Mishkin gets screen time in that roll call that pretty much is equal to the screen time he has in the film. He's in the film for about 4 seconds. Yeah, the game's also essentially identical to the original, to the point where we can reasonably expect that it would have the same stuff in it. So if we really wanted to chart it, yeah, that seems reasonable. So last time we made it to bunker on Secret Agent, and it's funny because I was thinking kind of the whole time that, man, this is pretty fun. Maybe I will, because I was looking forward to revisiting this game. For context, when we first played GoldenEye on the N64, I think about a year and change, I had a lot of frustrations with it. I found the game very annoying in a lot of ways, and good in some ways, not so good in others. High highs, but frequent and low lows. And I posited that it's a game that probably gets better the more time you spend with it. Like, actually properly learning it, like overcoming a lot of these obstacles, getting good at it, learning what to do, like not getting confused by esoteric mechanics or obtuse mission objectives, etc. Like, it stands to reason that a lot of the frustrations you would have with this game get sort of smoothed out over time and with experience. And I still believe that to be true. But with that in mind, I always felt, I wonder what it's going to feel like to revisit this game, being more prepared for what's going to come. And so far, I kind of feel like my previous knowledge has not helped me as much as I would have hoped or thought. Sure, the levels are varying degrees of annoying. And it could well be that bunker is just an annoyance spike. I think it is certainly to a degree, because of it's a stage that has that like stealth mechanic where if you make noise, it'll like spawn enemies, and it's very, very, very easy to get sort of trapped in a loop where too many enemies spawn and you're just fucked. And trying to trial and error your way through it is like an exorbitantly tedious process for a number of reasons, not the least of which is like the opening of the level is like clunky. You can't just like go into it. You have to do the whole cell escape thing, which, it isn't in itself an overly awful like sequence, but it's just long enough and just boring enough that even doing it one more time like knowing that the next attempt has to start with that thing immediately makes you go, oh, I don't want to make another attempt. Like, and then the mechanics of the spawning enemies being so obtuse, it's very difficult to know when you fucked up, and it's harder still to know what you could have done to avoid it. I think levels that work that way also really badly exacerbate the game's most annoying aspects of its like core mechanics, where when you're shooting enemies, the hit stun mechanic is awesome. But when you get shot, it's the worst fucking shit in the world. You're trying to carefully use the awkward aiming mechanics to get a headshot on an enemy because you have to kill them in one shot. Otherwise, you shoot too much and you will spawn like 3 more enemies. But as you're carefully trying to line up the shot, you get shot once, you get knocked back, and you can't like shoot for a second and a half. You lose your aim, and fucking Pierce Brosnan is like huffing and panting in your ear, and it's just like, oh fuck, like it's so annoying. And of course, like, that is always at its worst when you're in this like high pressure sniping, like taking out guards silently situations, and this level is that from beginning to end. Like, it's, I'm getting heated just talking about it. As I discussed last time, like, one, I think, major miss in the kind of mission design, or more like the difficulty balancing of this game, is that the difficulty level affects both combat and mission design. So on Agent, there's 2 objectives. On Secret Agent, there's 4 objectives. So, like, in order to play and get, I mean, of course, and then on 00 Agent, there's more objectives still. Having the mission objectives get increasingly complex and higher difficulty, I think, is an awesome idea, but I think it's hugely unfortunate that you cannot decouple that from the combat difficulty, because the combat, like the difference in combat difficulty between the 3 difficulty levels is pretty vast. Like, it's very noticeable. You take, like, the difference in how much damage you take is huge. Enemies are tougher, they're more aggressive, they're more accurate. Like, it's difficult in it's more difficult in every conceivable way, pretty much. And again, like, the stealth aspect just exacerbates that even further. So there isn't a way to play the game and get to see all the spy mission stuff without having the combat be like infuriatingly frustrating. And that's unfortunate. We completed the entire game on Secret Agent last time, and we played, I think we completed every level on Secret Agent without dropping down to Agent until we got to Bunker. So this is where I was sort of faced with the decision of, all right, do we do the thing that I started doing towards the end but should have started much sooner in the original playthrough, of finishing a level on Agent first for like recon and practice and understanding the level, and then redoing it on Secret Agent, which I think is pretty much how the game is meant to be played? Or do we just say fuck it, cut our losses, and move on Agent? And I was already leaning heavily in favor of the latter, because we've already completed the game on Secret Agent previously. It was a, at times, torturous experience, and I really am more interested in seeing the rest of the game than I am proving anything by like completing it on a particular difficulty level or whatever. I don't think there are like cheat codes you can use per se, but there are like hacked save files and whatever. Like, there's stuff you can do to just like get access to everything. So if I wanted to, I could jump through that hoop, and we could like sort of skip Bunker and then try to, like, because obviously the way it works is you only have access, like, I can't go back to doing Secret Agent if I start going, you know, forward on Agent. For the game as it's released as a consumer product, I think that's a perfectly okay structure and a way to do things. For the purposes of a project like this, it would have been nice to be able to to not have to replay a bunch of stuff to get up back to Secret Agent in case we wanted to try things that way. But at the end of the day, for me, where things are, I'm kind of more concerned with making this a fun, smooth experience for me than I am like trying to prove something by clearing a certain difficulty. I mean, I think I'm proud and satisfied that I was able to complete the full game on Secret Agent last time. But just the experience I had with Bunker last time just made me think like, I don't want to go through this for the rest of the game, because that's like what I feel I'm kind of in for. So if anything, I think it's going to be interesting to see. Like, Bunker made me feel that like, oh shit, you know, my extra knowledge going into this game is not going to be that much of a help. It's not going to be that much less frustrating. But I do get to experience, or to sort of explore, okay, but what if I just commit to playing Agent and finishing it that way? Will that make for an experience that is sufficiently like less annoying to make me kind of reevaluate the game? So it's kind of a different thing. Yeah, I mean, Perfect Dark, I certainly have some degree of academic interest in it, but it's not a strong... There's probably 200 games on my backlog, or like games I'm interested in list that would go before it. I'm not that interested in it. I mean, I'm not that fond of this game, you know? So like, it would be interesting. I feel like it is purely like an academic interest sort of thing. Like, the reasons I would be interested in playing Perfect Dark have very little to do with this game, and it also has little to do with me expecting it to be a great experience, I guess. So it's, I don't know, I'd put it in the same category as something like, I don't know, Final Fantasy VI or something. It's not like I don't have a personal stake or like particular reason to be interested in it, other than it's a game that a lot of people have opinions on, and I would find satisfaction in being like more informed about it, I guess, you know. So with that further rambling out of the way, let's commit to do the rest of the game on Agent and see how smoothly this will allow us to progress. All right, we do get a satisfying amount of objectives even on Agent. I guess you not a lot, like most of these except the last one, they're mostly all like the narrative flow of the level. So I guess there's only so much they can strip away. The flight recorder thing should be a little simpler this time, because I know that it's kind of stupid and fucked up and random. This definitely had us really perplexed. Well, it had me very perplexed last time. I do kind of remember that. I guess we can start the timer. This is part of the game experience. Following the Severnaya incident, MI6 has lost track of the pirate helicopter. The helicopter is called something else in the film, right? Like the actual name of it, I guess, they couldn't use, so they call it the Pirate. I forget what it's called, but I'm sure it doesn't sound right. I think it's something different. Presumably, the bugging device has been located and destroyed. Natalia Simonova, who returned to St. Petersburg against our advice, has gone missing. We can only assume that she's been abducted by the Janus Syndicate in a belated attempt to cover their tracks. The situation is critical, 007. Tiger, that's yeah, there you go. That sounds right. Again, because we've been watching these old Bond films, I keep thinking this is Bernard Lee M. The situation is critical, 007. Janus knows we're onto them and they're taking control. Going to circumvent the usual channels on this one. I've arranged contact with an ex-KGB agent, Valentin Zhukovsky, in Statue Park, St. Petersburg. Claims he can set up a meeting with Janus. Apparently, the head of Janus wants to see you in person. Frankly, I'm uneasy about this, but it's all we've got to go on. little bit streamlined with us not meeting up with him at a time. Like the presentation of GoldenEye more than Perfect Dark. I've played a super tiny amount, completed like 1 or 2 levels of the Xbox version of Perfect Dark at some point. I mean, I've got Rare Replay, so I would have had it through there. I don't remember if I probably wouldn't have bought it outside of that. But I don't like remember any of that stuff. But I can see that regardless, because I think the packaging of this is like really polished. Like it's one of those things that this game is like pretty unassailable on. Like the game doesn't necessarily follow the plot of the film very like exactly. But they definitely tried to infuse it with as much like Bond flavor as they could and as much GoldenEye flavor as they could. With the sound design and the music and having all this like mission briefing stuff, even when it logically makes no sense. When we're like captured in the middle of a mission, we found ourselves in a prison cell, and then we just like casually bring up our little manila envelope with mission briefings that somehow reached us, you know, in the middle of that. It's a bit silly. But you know, having, you know, Q and Moneypenny just comment on things like that's such a cool little touch. And I think from what little I've seen of Perfect Dark, it doesn't, obviously it doesn't have that literally, but it also has a different kind of, I mean, I would say this stuff isn't even, if we think of what MI6 looks like in the film, it's like such a complete reinvention versus the like mahogany desk, like whiskey bar offices of the previous films. It's this like all glass and steel, super futuristic. I mean, it's kind of closer to Perfect Dark than this is. But this is still like a very, it feels like James Bond. So even though Perfect Dark in a lot of ways is like super pulpy, it is at the same time going for this kind of futuristic, high-tech vibe that I could easily see just on a personal level, someone finding this more charming. It's a base hold, the extra large boy advanced. Yeah, easy mistake to make. So I mean, I guess you could say that one additional reason that I would have to be interested in playing Perfect Dark is to like further inform my like what's the word? I was gonna say antagonistic. That's not the word I'm looking for. Fuck, what is it called when you're just being contrarian. my like contrarian takes on GoldenEye would be even more informed by having the experience of having played and being knowledgeable about Perfect Dark, I feel like. But also, you know, of course the games are related, and I think having, even if GoldenEye is a game that more people are loudly opinionated about, Perfect Dark has its own very dedicated audience, so you know, it would give me more ammo in the kind of being contrarian with anything to do with Rare and N64 stuff as well, so there is that. But a lot of people have also said that it's a much better game than this in many ways. So I think it would be interesting to maybe be able to say like, oh yeah, okay, I can see how they iterated on some of those concepts in the second game, and I can kind of better appreciate what they were going for. I don't know, but we're not going to bother with that anytime soon, I don't think. Basehold doesn't agree. He's being a hobby contrarian. Hello. The fucking like sound design and hit stun, so satisfying. All right, so one cool feature of this port, of course, is that we can tap a button to change graphics, which is kind of neat. Sometimes, in some levels, changing to old graphics has made things quite more visible. Not really the case here. I see shit. But it's cool. Dude, the enemies, I was gonna say, like, man, they go down so quickly. It's like kind of weird. Then I remembered we're playing on Agent now. It's like so satisfying. I think they overall did a really good job with the graphics. Of course, it's easy to forget that this is like 15 plus years old, like 20 years old almost. So what we're looking at is, you know, not cutting edge by 2007 necessarily, but it's also not, it's not, you know, going a full Night Dive Studios like, oh, we try to make it look old, but it feels that way today, right? Like the gap between what you would consider modern video game visuals and these visuals is like orders of magnitude larger than the gap between these visuals and like the OG graphics. Like they're pretty close. But it's good because like if you did this today, you know, you'd have to change it so much. You couldn't really maintain the level geometry to this degree and like have a 2025 veneer of realism on top. Like it just would not function. Which I'm sure is like a big reason why the Night Dive remasters look the way they do. Like instead of trying to modernize things, it's just kind of a spruced up, like kind of retro aesthetic where it's kind of, oh, it looks the way your brain thinks of these old games as opposed to what they actually look like. Which is cool to see. Like you don't see that a lot. Like seeing stuff like the Quake remaster, like taking a 1996 game and not even really trying to put like a layer of 1999 visuals on it, because it's at that point there would have been other technical advancements or aesthetic trends that would have led to them doing things a different way. But it's just like a kind of anachronistic alternate take, which is, I don't know, it's just something kind of cool. I like that the gun just starts pointing when like auto aim is engaging. So yeah, I was gonna say Robbie Coltrane is in one of these dumpsters, but not that one, I guess. But these guys obviously are just gonna continue spawning. Yeah, so one thing they did is they added these like tree lines and stuff. It was kind of cool in yeah, I guess the surface levels, where in the original game it's just like a wall of trees, but in this one they made the wall of trees into a fence, and they put a second wall of trees like a bit behind the fence to add a little more depth. Yeah, they kind of did that. Well, actually, not really. Actually, well, they did do that here, but they kind of did that in the original. But yeah, I guess there's something probably a bit fucked up with like the gamma or something. It's feels like it's not supposed to be quite this difficult to see what's going on. There we go. We found the Robbie Coltrane dumpster. Hello. Do I interact? Stand here? Go. Yeah, I can just swap vintage Robbie Coltrane here and all his 3 pixels of suit glory. So the characters are obviously like the biggest, most immediately noticeable difference graphically. Being able to see here, although decent change too. What are we doing? Confront and unmask Giannis. Okay. I think it's like, oh yeah, it's like this little boss fight before we get like taken back to the shop or whatever. But yeah, you can see there's like a visual glitch there where Bond is simultaneously wearing like all of his outfit. He's like wearing the winter parka and the tuxedo and whatever else on the same sleeve. But not a big thing. So yeah, like the main differences in this version, of course, are like the graphics and the controls. The sound we hit him in the helmet is pretty good. So the thing about the controls isn't that the main difference isn't really that you have two sticks, because you can play the original game like this, moving with the D-pad and aiming with the stick. Of course, we get analog movement this way, but it's not like a huge difference. What's more of a difference, frankly, is that we have more buttons. Because we now have a button to cycle gadgets, and you can crouch by clicking the stick. So there's like less need to ever like futz with the menu in the same way and stuff like that. Biggest thing for me was the guns didn't always look like the blobs. Yeah, so you, of course, go to the inventory tab. The life bars like aren't really properly aligned here, but that's whatever. You can also, the game does support, which is strictly maybe not a new thing per se, because even the original game had these like weird letterboxing options, but you can play this in 4x3, 16:9, or 21:9. Yeah, the guns look a bit more like the actual guns that they're representing. Surprised by how polished this looks. I mean, this would have been a huge deal. It was just a very complicated rights thing, where I suppose they must have assumed that they were closer to closing the deal than they were. So it just never happened. This is the... Okay, this is where we came from. I'm already getting lost in like every type of first-person level. You make it like pitch black and impossible to see anything. That's not gonna help. Luckily the combat's kind of whatever. Okay, this looks... I was gonna say, do we follow these lights? But they end here, so... Hello. Grab that. So satisfying. I would love to play... I would so much more enjoy playing this on a custom difficulty that has all the objectives, but this combat, it's like so smooth. Big dramatic statue. Looks a bit different. Yeah, it would have been where's a good fellow? I like this. Guess I can tell that it's Alec. Oh! Oh my god, I walked too closely to look at Sean Bean's face, and that failed the mission. Abort mission. I try to confront him, but oh well. So I know that there was the whole like Sony thing with Casino Royale, right? So I forget how the details, like I forget if this was another like Kevin McClory Thunderball thing. I think that's what was going on. Like Sony, so MGM had the rights to, like, Ian Fleming signed a deal with MGM slash Eon slash Janjak, whatever, for the rights to current and future works. And this is what led to the production of Dr. No, etc., etc. But Fleming had been very eager to get Bond adapted for the screen up until that point. So he had made a deal previously for Casino Royale. So Casino Royale had like a TV version in like 57 or something. So he no longer, so like Casino Royale, that book was not included in the MGM deal. And then you had the whole Kevin McClory situation. He was the guy who was briefly involved, very lightly, with the production of the script for Thunderball, which was supposed to be the first movie with MGM. But when Ian Fleming then wrote the Thunderball novel and put that out, there was like legal issues with that, which actually were kind of like, of all the legal nonsense surrounding this shit, that was actually a pretty legitimate case. Because Kevin McClory and the actual screenwriter that he had hired, whose name I ironically forget because that guy like got nothing out of anything of this. But because Thunderball then ended up being like in the midst of legal dispute, they were like, let's make Dr. No instead. Eventually, a deal was made for them to sort of license Thunderball, because it's basically, they were like, well, it's better we have control over this than let someone else go make a rival Bond movie. But MGM never owned like the entirety of that, so that was like, there's a whole thing with that, which of course then led to Never Say Never Again and whatever. So and that is what eventually led to them not using Spectre and Blofeld and all of that, because that was all embroiled in the whole Thunderball situation. And yeah, so Casino Royale, the Peter Sellers version, happened in the 60s, but that was all like on the up and up because MGM never had the rights to that. But whoever had the rights to that, and I forget what company that was, they became, I think they became acquired or subsumed or whatever by Sony. So what happened was, at some point or another, I could be getting a lot of these details wrong, but Kevin McClory, the producer of Thunderball, who had like made it his life's work to make money off of claiming to own pieces of James Bond and trying to make the same movie over and over, essentially started making some kind of claims of like, oh, I don't just own Spectre and Blofeld and whatever because I invented all of it. Actually, I am responsible for James Bond in film, so therefore I should get a percentage of all the profits made from James Bond movies throughout history. And with Sony then like having ownership of Casino Royale, they sort of partnered up for this lawsuit against MGM, and that was eventually settled out of court. But this is what led to MGM, I guess, like making a deal with Sony to produce Casino Royale. So, and I forget all the details because, of course, like not everything was fully settled, like as far as the whole Spectre Thunderball shit, because that didn't go away until like 10 years later. Presumably, Sony didn't think that they like actually had a reasonable claim to like owning Bond, but it basically set them up to get a deal made to get, you know, Casino Royale produced, and make a buck off of that. I guess we don't know exactly what happens behind closed doors, but that seems like a reasonable assumption. But that whole ordeal, so Casino Royale came out in 2006, which means that this whole like situation would have happened, I assume, between like post Die Another Day, like in the early 2000s. So this game is like a little bit after that, but you know, if nothing else, like everything to do with Bond, like, is likely to be tied up in all kinds of legal bullshit that kind of would make it, if nothing else, like with that kind of shit in recent memory, like not wanting to get embroiled in additional weird legal shit and licensing, whatever. I don't know that it was ever a good time to try to get something like that off the ground, but it's possible that there was some kind of fallout from that situation that had an impact on this game. I don't know all the details, and I may have gotten some stuff wrong, but it's possible that it had absolutely no impact at all, but it seems plausible that it would have made someone skittish somewhere, or it would have made someone say, well, with this, you know, knowledge, in light of such and such, why don't we add a couple of zeros to the price tag for this license or whatever. So, like, you know, the James Bond film series has a long history of legal nonsense. Yeah, that is correct, Netscape. So I guess, yeah, this must have been... Fuck, this must have been like in the late 90s then. Because that is accurate. One of the things... Like MGM... I think Sony... I forget, because Sony was involved in Casino Royale, I'm sure. We have a whole bunch of like Sony Ericsson phones and Vio laptops and shit in the films, at least. But I think it was like distributed by Sony or something. But I believe that MGM took like full ownership of Casino Royale, like the IP. But that was in exchange for the rights, like the movie rights to Spider-Man, which obviously worked out quite well for Sony. At least, you know, in the 2000s. It's unsure how much that Sony or that Spider-Man. Well, I mean, I guess you know, their collaboration with Marvel Studios has probably been beneficial for them as well. Just, you know, not all of Sony's Spider-Man endeavors have perhaps been well conceived or received, for that matter. That face is about as stoic as Daniel Craig. Dennis will meet you by Lenin's statue. Beware him, he's a Lien's Cossack traitor. Now I must leave. Guards are out in force, yeah. Telling me. So, we found a... Yeah, follow the Christmas lights. We found a piece of armor last time. Will we be able to figure out where that one is this time is the question. I think it was to the left here somewhere. Yeah. I figured I'd like chase down that guy to get his ammo, but it's like running in that direction probably spawn more dudes over there, but whatever. Lenin statue. The level design here is like not great. Well, mostly it's just you can't see shit, I guess. Sub-Socrates, how's this version of the game? I mean, it's mostly the same game, but the controls are a little better in a sense because you can reach every button that you need, and you have additional buttons for things like crouching. There we go. There's like 1 second before I completed the objective, which means I probably... Well, we'll let the story play out here, but I guess I was gonna say if I draw the gun now, maybe it'll make him run away, but I don't think it should fail the objective. Like, if the objective already has been finished, I don't think you can unfinish it. But yeah, so you can change the graphics here, which is fun. I like the new graphics. If you like the original game, I don't think there's really anything in this that would disappoint or upset you. 3 minutes until helicopter bomb. So, do we like run back to the beginning of the level? I think so. We run back to somewhere. See if we can figure this out. Follow the Christmas lights, maybe? I don't know. Squeeze through here. Corner. And there's the Robbie Coltrane dumpster. I know you walk up to like a gate or like a fence or something. That's like the end. It's done. Hopefully we're sort of on the right track. Yeah, we go up like this hill. Little road. Oh, there's the helicopter. Objective C completed. Oh, that's right. The whole ejection seat thing like doesn't even really happen here, does it? Yeah. Off you left. I am not particularly partial to this game. I mean, to GoldenEye, not this version specifically. Because this is like not a completely finished game, it has some graphical glitches and some weirdnesses going on. Like the menu, I think when you first boot it up, the menu plays music, but then in between levels, there's no more menu music. When you pause, his arm is all glitched out. He's wearing like 5 costumes at once, and there's some things like that, but they're very minor. Obviously, they don't really impede the playability of the game. So with the like increased smoothness of the controls, and really the biggest difference with the controls is just having more buttons. It defaults to like walking on with one stick and aiming with the other, but you can basically do that in the original too. So it's just that it's like defaulting to that. It's not really a new option that wasn't in the original. But chances are you're gonna find an Xbox controller a little comfier than an N64 controller, maybe. So overall, like, it's things like that that make it a little bit more playable. But other than that, like, it's the same game. And there's definitely some things that I really wish they would have changed or added in this version. For example, like pausing the game, not pausing until Bond has finished arduously bringing up his watch and like slowly bending his neck to look down. That shit is infuriating in 2025, and it would have been in 2007 just as it was in 1997. So that's the thing that I think they could just have changed, and it likely would not have upset anyone. And I really wish they would have, as we just discussed, I really wish they would have changed the difficulty options such that you could change combat difficulty and mission objectives independent of one another. I think that would be a tremendous change for like the enjoyability of the game. But there are no gameplay changes, so it's, for better or for worse, it's the same game. Like, the animation is cool, but the game not pausing is a bit fucked up. Bond says quickly this way to her, as if Bond has any fucking clue where to run. The helicopter destroyed. Objective D completed. Obviously, I guess I didn't even bring it up. I guess the biggest difference in this version is that it actually runs at 60 FPS. You can play with the original graphics, which I'm sure is not like 100% authentic. You probably get a lot less fog and whatnot, but yeah, it actually runs smooth. So that's a pretty big difference. Right, so now we have to find the flight recorder. And I remember being extremely confused about this the first time when we beat this game on the N64. Is that it right here? Yep, okay. So when the helicopter explodes, it just like, as I've come to understand after the fact, the game just spawns this box in like one of 5 locations or something. But the logic of the box just existing there now is so absurd and not even attempted to be explained that you just find this box neatly tucked away in these ruins or whatever. Oh yeah, I think I started shooting these guys and failed me the mission at some point in the past. So yeah, shit like this, that like you just have to understand or intuit that you're supposed to like walk up and have some adventure game interaction story thing happen here. Which is like, it's cool to play along when you know that's what's happening, but the game gives like no indication that that's what you're supposed to do. And so now do I like walk up here? Stuff like that I think is like very awkward in this game. Yeah, Bond knows what's going on. It's just me fucking everything up for him. Yeah, see, there's no music here now. But yeah, for sure, like just revisiting this game, like all the annoyance of the mission design is just like all coming back. So I mean, I remember being stuck sort of like super confused about the whole flight recorder thing when I play this. And of course, like if you're playing on Secret Agent, the enemies are way deadlier too. So just like futzing around and having enemies spawn in and fight you is like a very genuine threat. But luckily, knowing what's up, and of course I had luck there with just finding it super quickly. I'm annoyed, like even now, because it's like it's so poorly communicated what you're supposed to do and how everything works. All right, I'm gonna pause the timer there because I've been streaming for 2.5 hours now. That 5-minute level took like a good 40 minutes of talking about lawsuits and shit. But yeah, we'll continue, and it's going to be interesting to see how this level goes. I feel like most levels from here on out, I'm going to see which level it is, and then I'm going to go, oh, it's this level. Yeah, I remember this giving me massive headaches from being such a fucking annoying mess, but let's see how it goes this time. And this is no exception. I'll step aside to go stretch, go to the bathroom, get a drink, etc., and I shall be back in a couple of minutes. So see you then for more Bond action. All right, I have returned. Party.zone has joined us. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. So, as I said before the break, I expect the entirety of the rest of this game to be like, oh, fuck, this level. Yeah, I remember this being a pain in the ass. So this level is going to be a lot easier now. Well, obviously it's going to be easier on Agent than Secret Agent. But there's less objectives here, because I recall you have to find... I forget if it's... I guess it's not Mishkin, because I think he dies in the opening scene. But there's some other guy you find, and he's got like a safe, and there's like a videotape or something. So I guess we don't have to bother with that, but we do have to find Natalia and leave. So this level, I remember, has the same stealth mechanics as Bunker, where making noise will spawn more enemies. And the only way I could find my way through this level was literally just doing it slappers only. Like, I had such a hard time with this level trying to be stealthy, and then when I said, like, well, trying to work with the mechanics. So the way it works, I don't have the whole knowledge. I've read or heard like detailed descriptions of it, of which I've retained bits and pieces, but basically the way it works is like, it's a very crude system, of course, and there's nothing really as far as making noise. It's not as sophisticated as like a particular actor in the stage can hear certain sounds, and if they get alerted, they then start some kind of chain reaction. But no, it's like you are allowed to make a certain amount of noise, which means like you're allowed to fire like X amount of bullets within X amount of time. Or it's like you have this sort of noise radius which grows every time you fire a shot, and it constantly shrinks. If you fire 3 shots, like, it grows rapidly. And it's not really, I think, that it needs to hit a certain point, but it's more like it grows to a certain point. It's weird. It's very unintuitive, but basically, if you... the amount of, or the volume of noise, I guess I should say, it does not really matter. So a single shot will not, like, alert anyone. But if you fire a single shot, you have to wait for a little bit for it not to be a second shot, which then can alert people, and a third shot, which is like guaranteed to alert people. And once that alert flag is triggered, then like boom, that spawns 3 enemies or whatever. And it's weird because it's like the enemy bullets don't make noise. It's only Bond. It's very unintuitive and strange. It's like you can, if you know how it works, you can absolutely work within those parameters, and you can get away with way more than you might think than you can. But it's also very obtuse, or at least opaque. Like, it doesn't tell you when something's triggered and stuff like that. So it's very weird. So, but that leads to like trying to headshot guys with single shots, during which you get knocked out of position. Oh, I'm getting angry just thinking of it. So what happened when I played this last time, I just gave up on trying to do all that and just went karate chops only, and that's how I beat the level. So do I do that this time? I don't know. Obviously on Agent, it seems like I was able to kill enemies with a single shot to the chest, so maybe that works. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think as far as any kind of stealth system works, as far as any kind of idea of people discovering you, you need to build it around very discrete rules. It can't be super, abstract or open-ended. It being highly specific, it's not the problem. The problem is like the specifics of how specific it is, and like the arbitrary nature, and the fact that it's so sort of unintuitive. It's okay, and it's probably good if a system is like you think it works a certain way, but then you learn how it actually works, and then you sort of reevaluate everything. Like that in itself is also not a problem, but I think it's more about the like your assumptions or intuition about how the system works and trying to engage with it or avoid it or whatever. What kind of gameplay experience does that lend itself to? What kind of play behavior and patterns does that encourage? And if that encourages you to play in a way that's fun, then I think it's fine. But if it encourages you to, like, if trying to interact, like trying using your intuition to interact with the system is like bound to make you fuck up, and then that triggers very annoying things happening, then that's a problem. And that's kind of how GoldenEye works. And I agree, like I think it's a very challenging thing to do well, and I think it's not as if you look at GoldenEye and say, oh, that's the worst stealth system of 1997 or whatever. Like they were trying pretty unexplored things as far as this type of game goes. You know, even Doom and Wolfenstein has the concept of enemies being like alerted. Like Doom enemies sleep until they are alerted. But it's crude even compared to something like this. Of course, a game like Doom isn't really built around stealth. So it's like kind of the specifics of what it leads to in this game that makes it a little more frustrating to deal with. But of course, even then, like back then, it would just the idea of it would have been novel enough to make it very easy to overlook issues. Partially because you have no frame of reference for other games doing it better, but also the novelty of it, like that you see that a lot in games. Like novelty of a new idea can override any actual like frustrations with the execution of it. But we don't really have that luxury, I suppose, playing this game in 2025, unfortunately, you know. But anyway, let's start the timer. So here's our the manila envelope smuggled to us in between being captured in Statue Park and being interrogated in the military archives. Again? Captured again? Well, what can I say? Bond things. Gotta speak to Michigan. He'll get us out of this. Up to you to get out of this one, 007. I can't hold your hand all the time. By the way, get that flight recorder for me, would you? Thanks. Yeah, so I think that's the objective in the other difficulty levels. You have to, like, because I guess you handed it over when you were arrested, so you gotta pick it back up before you leave. Luckily, we're playing on a low difficulty level, so no need to bother. So there's like this whole cinematic thing that plays out with him showing up here, I think, or maybe that's not even in the game. Maybe it is Michigan you find later in the... I don't know, whatever. Of course, in the film, Ourumov shows up being highly stressed out that he was not involved in this arrest and interrogation, and he ends up shooting. This music's so good. And he ends up shooting Michigan, framing Bond for it. This game developer looking motherfucker. The sunglasses. Oh, hello. Oh yeah, you probably should slappers only these guys too. Slap these guys in the knees. Yeah, see, like we're already, I mean, obviously, like I could kill these guys quicker than this, but then that would spawn, you know, additional bunches of dudes. You don't get any gadgets for this, according to Q anyway. Yeah. Oh, I guess we have our watch still. Doors only go one way. So like there are dudes stationed. But if we fire rounds, it'll spawn new guys. So man, Agent, dude, I was shot like 4 times and I still barely took damage, I feel like. Yeah, we're at like 60% health or something. The health bar is kind of weird too, because each segment is like differently sized. But I'm not sure if they actually represent different amounts of health. I have no idea what the mag watch is gonna help us with. It's something, but I'm not gonna figure it out, so it doesn't really matter. Luckily, Bond's a world-class sprinter. I can sprint up to someone readying their aim to shoot at us, slap him in the neck. This is kind of where we started. Of course, I can stun lock them with my slaps, as long as I can get close enough. It's nice on Agent, they die in like 2 slaps. You don't have to stick around forever. I want to say my very vague mental map, like kind of on my left relative to my current viewing direction, I think it's where she is, and kind of below me, because this is going to lead into like the big hall, right? Yeah. And I think like below where I am right now is where we find maybe Mishkin and maybe the ape or whatever. Supposed to use the magwatch to suck the pistol off the table. What purpose would that possibly serve when we can just walk up to it? Do they like not notice you grabbing the pistol if you watch it? Or like, I can't comprehend why you would do that. Yeah, the guy downstairs isn't hearing us. This is your favorite level? I'm like stunned. This was like, I don't want to say it's the level that gave us the most trouble, but it was like the level that, oh my god, can I mode doesn't help us see anything here. I don't want to say that it was the worst level or the most troublesome level, but it was kind of the most memorably annoying level to deal with. I'm not, you know, I'm not judging or disparaging. I'm just like kind of amused by the difference in experience we've had. I don't know if you can drop down through any of those holes, but I'm not sure what benefit it gives us. Done, I guess. I'm sure this level has like spawns as well. I don't think we can necessarily clear out all the enemies. That guy seems highly observant. I mean, for all I know, the emulation or this version, like, it could very well introduce... It seems likely, like, I don't remember even emulating the original game, that being, like, having issues like this. I'm also, when I'm looking over on my other monitor where I have the OBS preview, I can actually see something there, and on my main monitor, it's, like, darker than this. Some of that might also be because I've got the light blasting in my face. There she is. Very funny the way you can like run around their back. Okay, gotta leave. Yeah, but the thing is too, like, I'm not like, my main concern with this, or the main source of frustration, wasn't that it's difficult necessarily, but it's like, it just wasn't fun. The way in which it's annoying, it's like, but yeah, it does seem to me, just based on my experience playing the N64 version,
I don't recall the like pitch blackness being an issue in the same way in that game, so that's not when I'm talking about the frustrations or difficulty, that's not really relevant. That's just like part of what we're going through right now. Go down here. Like, I'm not really concerned about the enemies, which is nice. I'm not sure. She will like find her way or catch up, I'm pretty sure. Like the pathfinding and everything, I don't think everything that could be a problem in this game, I don't think that's a big deal. I think we go here for the yeah, I kind of remember this. We're doing extra optional mission objectives here. Why not? Michigan actually gets to live significantly longer here than in the movie. The black box? Yeah, I'll take that. Save key. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not against trial and error, like looks actually that's authentic, I guess. The exit here? That guy was just reloading his gun, I guess. Oh, just a little slapping yard. Oh, something was exploding over there. Oh, I think Natalia just exploded. Okay, cool. Well, let's find the exit so we know where to go, which isn't here, I suppose. And yeah, I mean, I think I said this before too. Like, I think this game, it's a game that probably does become more. Doesn't like turn back or yeah. Wait, hang on. I can go. No door there. Unless there's some weird fuck thing where you leave through the window or some shit. I forget how this goes. That's why I want to like continue here to see if. But I think we're heading this direction that I'm heading in. I think is like broadly the direction of the exit is, if I recall. My, I guess, like, grievance with this isn't that it takes multiple attempts or trial and error, but what you're being asked to do and sort of the obtuseness of what it takes to actually achieve what you're being asked to do, and how it sort of, in my mind anyway, fails to line up with the kind of my, at least, intuition of like how the mechanics would work, and sort of the dependency on luck, and like I just didn't find it oh, that was that door. Okay. I didn't find it like a compelling experience to oh, I think a door closed just as I interacted with that, like, huh. To kind of do that that sort of trial and error kind of thing. But I do think it's can go. I've always said, you know, there is a feeling that I've always had as we play this game, that it's like it does very slightly helps. It does feel like a game that would grow, like it doesn't grow stale as you play it more. Like if you're into it, playing it more would be rewarding. So I definitely get that, but I don't know that I like. I could grow to enjoy the game more by playing it more in a sense, but I find it unlikely or difficult to imagine reaching a point where I sort of take back or no longer agree with my like grievances with the game. It's like at best you could reach a point where they become sort of kind of moot as you learn to like circumvent them. I mean, I've certainly played games that have had like frustratingly difficult challenges that sort of in a vacuum aren't fun exactly, but you get a deep sense of satisfaction of completing them because you're like, you have a degree of investment in the experience and whatever it is. Okay, we might be onto something here. I think staircase, but this is. But I don't think I have. Of course, oh, well, this one wasn't. Well, this led nowhere, I guess. It's hard for me to picture a sensation of like completing something in this other than relief of like, oh, thank fuck that's over with. I don't begrudge anyone for loving this game for whatever reason and whatever their experience with it is, and I would certainly not see any point in getting into an argument about whether you should enjoy this or whether people do enjoy this. Yeah, I mean, I think it's awesome that the game has these like there's some very video gamey aspects of this game. You know what, let's go back to that courtyard. Maybe I need to Wolfenstein hug the walls to get let out. I just vaguely recall there being some sort of a red herring-esque thing to like being able to access the courtyard and not being the exit. Oh, we're back to the start here. But maybe the red herring was doing exactly what I did now, where I went there and go, well, that's not the exit. And then you realize, well, maybe it was the exit, and you go back. Let's see if I can find my way there. Just to this, yeah, this is where she is. Right, here's the other staircase. I love that there's a lot of very video gamey things in this game, like the hit sparks and knockback and hit stun. Like the shooting mechanics are kind of unusual in that sense. I remember finding the exit being a confusing part of this level. Oh, this leads back to the Michigan room. Okay, interesting. And the whole like cheats thing and the goal times, like I think that's super cool. And it, you know, if I was playing this game under other circumstances and in other forms, I could see myself being compelled to doing some of them, and if I get a few of them, maybe I'd be compelled to try to do a few more. But like in the movie, they like bust through the windows or some shit, right? I feel like I tried hogging these windows. I mean, I can see freedom right there, but I should have tried this. Be a thing. But push the bookcases. You'd be able to shoot the window. I don't want to make noise though, because I'm highly incentivized. But if that's what I'm supposed to, I mean, I've already obviously failed this attempt. I guess that worked. This game fucking sucks, dude. It's so fucking annoying. Like the key to enjoying this game is having the knowledge of how to circumvent all the ways in which the game fucking sucks. All right, let's try that again. Flappers only for sure is the way to go. But having the decreased combat difficulty definitely helps. So yeah, like, what's the point of the watch? Okay, let me okay, so I can do this. Yeah, okay, cool. Like, I could have just done this and just grabbed them, and it would be the exact same. It's preposterous. Like, why? All right. You run up and grab the gun, it starts unloaded. I'm pretty sure I've done that. It doesn't really matter though, does it? I mean, I'm not complaining that that's a thing you can do that they put in there. That's neat. But it's I don't know, it's like a little silly. I think the armor was down here somewhere, and I guess it's not a bad idea to grab it. Highly explosive cardboard boxes. But as long as you don't use guns, the enemies aren't too big of a threat, really. Like, not enough of them to be a big deal. I mean, the whole interrogation scene is awesome. Like, that it's there. It's just like the watch thing is just a little clumsy. I'm not complaining at all that it's there. It's just, it's funny to me because it's like, it's so many sort of things that have to line up for it to even, for you to realize that it's a thing you can do, and then it's like not really very helpful. It doesn't play out in any particularly interesting or exciting way. Oh man, he's dodging my slaps. Alright. So we don't, yeah, we just go here immediately then, because we don't need to, well actually, this would be like the right way anyway, because this is like the back door entrance to Mishkin's little safe room. I mean, it's been a minute since I watched the movie, but it's not like he uses his watch to magnetize the gun into his hand from 60 centimeters away, right? I don't recall that being a thing. So this would have been the route to get to Mishkin, I just remember, but it's not where we actually need to go. But I think this is our way back, maybe? I hate everything just like looks the same. I wonder if... I mean, I could be wrong, I just don't remember it at all. I'm just like trying to picture how that would even work. But I guess he's also not just like sitting there standing in front of the table with the pistol in arm's reach. I don't know. I'm stuck. I'm stuck again. That window's illegal, I guess. Let's try this one. And this window worked last time. I'm just glitching into the level geometry. Oh, there we go. Walls look a bit fucked up there. Alright, we did it. I mean, that could just be a weird glitch in the port. Who knows? I'm just glad the game didn't have time to spawn like 12 enemies while I was trying to crawl out the window. Yeah, so again, like, if I'm whining about how this little interaction works, my complaint isn't like, oh, this would be impossible to figure out. How could anyone possibly figure this out? Like, that would be a ridiculous complaint because I just figured it out. But it is annoying because it's like, it's like so many things that like continuously highlight the extremely rough around the edges nature of the whole mission objective concept and like how the levels are structured. I think it's like part of my annoyance with like people hyping up this game is that like everyone who loves this game don't remember all these annoying parts. And they don't remember the feeling of like not knowing what you're supposed to do. This level doesn't spawn enemies. Interesting. I didn't think that was a thing because I remember it becoming like 50 million times easier when I didn't use my guns. But I'm sorry in a way because I don't mean to like twist everything into a negative, but part of my annoyance, part of the many things that I find annoying about this game is that the mechanics are like they're not consistent from level to level. Like some levels just have infinitely spawning guys, some levels make you alert guys by shooting to spawn them, some levels have an alarm that starts blaring, and some levels I guess just have finite enemies. And it's not necessarily a problem like that every level isn't the exact same in those regards, but it's the fact that I feel like there's so many aspects of this game that like only make sense if you know exactly, like it's a game that like only makes sense in hindsight and with the benefit of full knowledge. And yeah, to be clear, I'm not in any way like I'm not having a fight with you for liking the game. Most people like this game a lot. I'm not upset with like my perceived like I'm not upset that I think people rate this game more highly than it objectively should be or whatever. I do find it interesting that it's a game that has a lot of flaws that never really seem to be acknowledged very often. But ultimately, my grievances, I mean, at some point in time, they might very well have been with like the discourse around the game, or like being annoyed that like people aren't judging this game correctly or whatever. I don't really give a shit about that these days. Like I'm mellowing with age, and people can like what they want. 2 + 2 = 5. Have fun, enjoy your life, all of that. But it's more about my personal view on the game, and it's like I do like the reason maybe I bring up general perceptions about the game. It has nothing really to do with me thinking people are wrong or disagreeing with them, but it is interesting. Inevitably, you're gonna approach any work that has a certain reputation with a certain set of expectations, and every bit of confusing annoyance in a game that has a reputation for being fucking awesome like will just stand out a little bit more, I guess. And I feel like it's not about people being wrong, but I feel like there's so much more like discourse that could be had about this game that just does not seem to ever surface because people aren't interested in that degree of whether you want to call it analysis or assessment or judging or whatever. It's, I don't know, I wonder, like, when this game was released on Xbox and Switch a few years ago, I'd be curious to like see reactions from people playing it either for the first time, but more than that, people who had played it in the 90s, being like, oh, I fucking love this game. Like, let me play this beloved game of mine that they don't really remember in detail, and like being, what the fuck, like, because I'm having this kind of experience and I played it 1 year ago. I mean, of course, I'm not going into this with like super nostalgic rose-tinted glasses from that experience, but I'm still not ready. Like, I'm still surprised and caught off guard sometimes by like annoying shit in a way that I thought I would be more prepared for. But yeah, like it's like I'm having fun with it, but it's interesting, like that whole aspect of it, of people, of it having a reputation that isn't I don't want to say that it's not deserved, but it's not fully reflective of all of its aspects, I feel like. But more than that, like it's not even the discrepancy between the game's reputation and my perception of how it actually isn't even the main biggest thing that I'm like concerned with. I do find that very interesting, but to me it's ultimately like any game I'm playing, I can't help but have a kind of analytic hat on when I'm playing it, and looking at the things that I find questionable about the game design. And it's so like blatant in a way. There's like so many things that are so like on the surface that it's not even a matter of, oh, if you dig into it, it's like a little bit janky here and there. It's like, I don't know, it's a very messy and uneven game. It has qualities that I super appreciate, but it's very difficult for me to not like feel, you know, going back to like the tier list ranking of Bond games, not every game that's in the same tier has like the same sort of reasoning for how and why it ended up there. In a lot of cases, even the games that I've rated highly have some real annoying shit in them, just here and there. And it's not a straight equation of you add all the good stuff and then you deduct all the bad stuff and that you end up at a certain score or whatever. It really depends on the sum of everything, how everything fits together and how it all adds up. And for some games, like, you could have one singular thing that just breaks the entire experience. In another game, you can have a million little annoying things that ultimately are kind of inconsequential because there's something else sort of holistically that's just awesome about it that still make you love the game. But to me, I think there are elements of this game that are so satisfying and fun and cool that they're not necessarily, like, they might not have been surpassed by any other game. I think the sound design in this is really, really awesome, and some of the guns feel like unbelievably good, especially, like, even more so when we have like a smooth frame rate, like rapid firing semi-auto pistols to take out guys and like hit stunning them, like that feels awesome. But the annoying stuff is like so frequent and so like right at the surface. It's not like hidden deep within. Like, it's so unavoidable and so constant that it just like does end up, for me, marring the whole experience. I just can't see myself, partially because the parts that I like, I don't even like enough, but more so that it's like the nature of those annoying aspects. I struggle to picture like coming to terms and being at peace with those elements to the point of like loving the game. But, you know, I'll never be annoyed or upset at anyone for being able to enjoy something, even if I don't. Yeah, Tomb Raider, I loved to death. I thought it was so fucking cool. I mean, I think the combat in that game kind of sucks. It's easily the worst part of it. I think the boss fights are a bit shit. But they're a pretty minor part of it, and they didn't put up massive roadblocks. But the level design and like, it's in so many ways, like, it much more directly and much more strongly, like palpably, than I expected. I felt that Tomb Raider legitimately recreated a lot of the things that I thought was so, or I think are so cool about Prince of Persia. Like the level design and the way the game rewards like caution and being observant. Like the game is all about, like, yes, Lara Croft is like super action hero person, but it's not a game about running in gung-ho. Like you have to be very methodical and careful and like stop and look around and think. And the way that the game manages to facilitate that experience in a game, in a type of environment that could so easily be absolutely impossible to comprehend. Like the fact that you can look around and piece things together and figure out what you want to try to do, give it a go and see if that works. And if it doesn't, maybe formulate a second plan. Like I was expecting the game to be like a series of identical caves where you just get lost. And the fact that every level is so distinctive, and the fact that it like actually has a very clear sort of game loop in a way of like slowly walking into a room, stopping to look around, like both on kind of a micro and macro level, like as far as like making individual jumps and like leaping across a certain gap, being confident but not entirely sure if you'll quite make it. Like that feeling is just like, oh, it feels so awesome. Like the actual navigating the environments feels perilous and exciting in a way that it doesn't in, you know, some of the more modern Tomb Raider games that I've played, or Uncharted, or you know, what's it, Enslaved. The game I remember where it's like there's climbing bits in that game, but they have no fail states. You can like mash A, and you have to like point the stick in kind of the right direction, but it's still, you can kind of only climb one way. So you can kind of twirl the stick and press and mash A, and like the guy will eventually get to where he needs to go because there's no like friction in the climbing and stuff. And you know, climbing can still be fun in games even if it's sort of frictionless, but Tomb Raider to me is like, it perfectly captures the feeling of like just barely making a jump and grabbing the ledge of Prince of Persia. And it's like, that feeling is like one of the most awesome feelings you can have in a video game. And it's so rare to have that feeling replicated in 3D in general. But combined with the like puzzle level design, it's like scratches a very particular kind of itch that a lot of games don't. I don't struggle to understand why people find Tomb Raider a little grating or a little off-putting, but to me it excels at a very particular thing that very few games excel in. Plus it has that like super cool pulpy adventure atmosphere, but like it's got exceptionally satisfying jumping and ledge grabbing and climbing, and that's something kind of a surprisingly few games have, I think. Anyway, Streets, tank level in which, at least on Secret Agent, actually using the tank seems to be a good way to get absolutely fucked. It's more about stealthing around rocket launcher enemies. What did it say? Pursue Oromov and Natalia, which I guess means reach the exit, right? Don't kill civilians. Yeah, for sure, Socrates. As far as the like the narrative texture or like issue, you know, of this game is pretty thick compared to something like Doom, or Quake for that matter. Marathon, of course, had like more narrative ambitions, but they were pretty... I found it pretty difficult to connect, I think, like intuitively or sort of emotionally, the storytelling from the computer terminals with the actions you're performing in the levels. Like it feels sort of abstracted in a way. I've always felt that, like, even when I didn't play this game much, or hadn't played it much, like, and this hasn't really changed, where I didn't care for this much, I didn't like it or have a strong fondness for it, but I have a lot of respect for it. And I still do. Like, they had a lot of ambitions, and they were doing things that, you know, it was kind of in the air, it was budding. You'd had things like System Shock. It ended up taking a long time to eventually materialize, but you know, Daikatana, even Quake, you know, that was supposed to be this like RPG thing originally. And you could definitely look at this game as like one part. It's kind of its own evolutionary like branch. This didn't really inform what first-person shooters would go on to be, but it was doing things that were innovative and creative and pretty cool for sure. But ironically, I don't think it's like the cinematic elements or the story-heavy elements that are like the things that I think is so great about this in terms of what it does well or what's like cool. For me, it's more about these, like, the fact that the levels are short and they have this, like, the structure of the level select, like this is like the sickest thing about this game. Being able to replay individual levels, and like you have the time and the score, like the very, I don't even want to call it arcadey, but it's like, because arcade games don't work like that, but modern home versions of arcade games that have like a level select or a practice mode, like the very, that's the kind of stuff that I think aligns very well with like the hit sparks and knockback and like the very action video gamey language used in the interactions when you're shooting enemies, which like is so far removed. Like, yeah, there is knockback in Doom, and there's like the way enemies work, where they have like each enemy and weapon type, there's like a percentage chance that it actually stuns them, and etc. etc. Like, it's not invented whole cloth, but it's so not how first-person shooters tend to work, and all of that contributes to this also being its own thing. But like, I mean, look at Everything or Nothing. It's that feels very, you know, inspired by this in terms of every level being its own little set piece thing, its own kind of the game, like the levels feel very different from one another. And when we played through a bunch of the other games following that, like, I mean, most directly you can compare it to From Russia with Love, which is same developers, very similar to Everything or Nothing in a lot of ways, but it has like half the amount of levels, but they're much longer, and the game is much worse off for it. And that kind of thing I find awesome. But of course, structuring it that way also affords you the ability to kind of package each level in this sort of narrative wrapper. I mean, this game doesn't have a lot of like dialogue bits or sort of cutscenes or things happening in levels. I mean, it's got plenty for 1997 standards, but it's not like, that's not really like the storytelling of the game and the framing of everything. Like, most of that is happening here. And that's cool and that's good, and it's like you can skip it or indulge as much as you want or as little, and that's all great. But it's really like the focused nature of each level as its own thing, which is like the opposite of Half-Life, right? So I think this structurally, like, Half-Life is so much more of an indication of where the genre would go in terms of like what does a big first-person shooter single-player game look like. But I actually like that part of this game a lot. It's just the execution of the whole mission objective thing, where you can never understand what an objective is and how it actually is meant to be achieved until after you've done it. Like, not the most satisfying thing, in my opinion. Natalia's been recaptured, which is so funny. Literally the last thing that happened in the game was us escaping together, but somehow she's been recaptured again. And now she's been taken by car to the Janus operations base in St. Petersburg. Luckily, we got another envelope from MI6 while jumping out the window. Can't afford to let the trail go cold, and the chances are they'll lead you straight to Trevelyan. Yeah, you find Sukovsky in the back alley somewhere. So you should be on the lookout for hardware the Russians may have left lying around. Keys in the ignition and all that, old chap. Penny wants to get in our pants as usual. Yeah, I mean, Deus Ex is an interesting, like, hybrid between, like, a Half-Life sort of FPS and, like, a Ultima Underworld RPG. Which, again, like, I think that is its own, sort of its own evolutionary branch for that matter. Alright, we got a timer. Probably no stealth here. Dude, auto aim, please. Oh my god! I somehow killed 4 dudes and I did somehow not pick up any other guns. So, I hate, like, this is another thing I find annoying. You get, which is weird, I don't know why they did it this way. You get presented with the objectives first, when you have zero context for anything. Then you read these pages of plot / exposition / narrative, world building / in some cases, actual descriptions or explanations of some of the objectives, but not all of them. And then you get jumped into the level, and at that point you're always like, wait, what the fuck were our objectives? It's like this, the screen that just lists the objectives one by one, that should be the last page of the briefing, not the first page. Every single time, I have to go back and read them at the end of reading everything else, and / or actually just look at them like this once the level starts. It's weird. Yeah, Socrates, as I said, like, I'm not disparaging this game for, like, being stingy with in-game bits of dialogue or storytelling or whatever. Like, the way the quote-unquote cutscenes play out is actually very similar to Half-Life in that it's never actually... Like, the only time you get actual cutscenes in this is at the very beginning and end of levels. But obviously the structure of the game and the text elements and the framing means that, as a whole, the two games have a very different approach to incorporating narrative in the game, like, as it flows from beginning to end. Alright, I'm gonna ignore the tank. We're not... Visibility is not really improved. I just paused, but I think I remember that it basically said we just need to get to the exit. So what I remember... I mean, I'm sure Agent might be quite different, but... There's like these outposts around certain... Oh, that's a civilian. Not really any more visible. There's these like spots where there's stationed like rocket launcher guys, which will like kill you instantly. But at least if you're on foot, you're like agile enough to potentially be able to sort of strafe out of position. Yeah, there's these like roadblocks. You might want to try it. I guess auto aim is probably more... What's up, Trap and 23 crew? 23 Raiders, welcome, welcome. I think Pierce Brosnan's moaning and panting in my ears. Yeah, like the manual aim, technically, if you're like mega super adept, could let you more accurately shoot just a civilian, whatever. But I don't trust it. So you have these like outposts that I'm not sure to what degree there's like a random element, but they might have AKs or they might have shoot them a couple of times, or they might have rocket launchers. And as you saw me dancing in between rockets, that would probably have been difficult to do with a tank. That was my experience playing this previously, at least. That's a civilian. Well, I cannot be held responsible for that. Thing I'll never understand is people raving about the multiplayer. Well, I think the multiplayer in a lot of ways is like clunky and unremarkable. Of course, I was like heavily into PC first-person shooters at the time. But obviously, playing video games with your friends can be a good time. That's like pretty universal. And it wouldn't surprise me that this is a game that people had fond memories of playing. Go that way. I don't know where we're going exactly, but and in a way, it's like, I guess that's the game that people happen to play and have fun with. I do think there are some novel ideas. Fuck's sake. Some novel ideas like you know, rule modifiers and stuff that eventually was included, like the mutators in Unreal Tournament. Okay, is that an exit, or am I just stuck here? Did I fuck up, or did we beat the level? I think we beat the level. But again, it's like a very unconventional thing in a lot of ways. But it's kind of like when people in general, like a thing that comes up in certain kind of discourse about games is when people talk about games such and such being so much fun with friends. And it's like, yeah, dude, fucking watching paint dry is a blast if you've got friends. Like, it doesn't tell you anything about the quality of the product. You can play the shittest game on earth and you can have a good time with your friends. So it's more noteworthy if a game with a multiplayer mode is like, well, despite everything, we tried to have fun with this, but we weren't able to. Like, that's noteworthy. Something being fun with friends, is not noteworthy, in my opinion. So that's why I kind of like, yeah, if you have amazing memories of GoldenEye multiplayer, good on you. Like, if you have amazing memories of Halo multiplayer, all right, cool, whatever. I have great memories of playing Quake in multiplayer. I mean, I'm not saying every single game with a multiplayer mode is created equal, for that matter. There can be, you know, varying degrees of good design, etc., etc. But just like as a singular statement, like, this game is fun with friends. Like, to me, it means nothing. If you cannot express beyond that what makes it good, or like a more interesting game than others, then I can only conclude that it's like, well, okay, then who cares? Like, there's nothing. And of course, I mean, some people are going to be unwilling or uninterested or incapable of distilling that or kind of breaking it down or verbalizing the specifics of it, and that's fine. Like, I don't need everyone to be a critic, but in terms of critical analysis or like breaking down why, if you want to interrogate or investigate or go any amount deeper into like why XYZ is like a good game or whatever, I feel like you got to bring a little bit more to the table than it's fun with friends. Like, it's a pretty banal, like, empty point to start a conversation from. And I'm not saying like people are wrong to enjoy it or think it's good. I think, again, as I said, like I think there are elements to it that are actually really interesting, with the different weapon loadouts and rules, like the fact that you can set it up in different ways. And I think a lot of how modern first-person shooter multiplayer modes are constructed actually do. I mean, I think in a lot of ways, the structural approach to how the multiplayer mode is built in this game is probably more influential than anything to do with the single player campaign, in terms of like drawing direct lines to games that came after it. But I didn't think as someone who was very much into first person shooters on PC, I didn't think the level design or controls or performance made it a very satisfying game to play in that way. But of course, I mean, that's highly subjective. Target 145. I guess you gotta just know where to go. I'm sure I took some weird roundabout paths there. Part 4. The pot. Locate Trevelyan's train. All right. I guess we're missing a fair amount of objectives here. I want to say you're supposed to go into some kind of I was going to say office room. I guess it's inside a warehouse thing, but you're supposed to like photograph something or whatever. I guess Q will explain the objectives that we don't have to do as usual, or at least some of them. It is funny how, like, with all this narrative wrapper, we still kind of get railroaded from, no pun intended here, from one level to the next without a lot of context sometimes. So, like, we were supposed to catch up with a car that was carrying Natalia, but now we're in a military rail depot. I guess they took... Are we gonna get briefed by M that they took her on a train or something? Yeah, there we go. We also believe that Oromov is taking Natalia to Trevelyan's converted missile train in the depot. Depot? Whatever. You need to be on that train when it leaves. So yeah, just the order in which, like, we get all this, and I feel like now I want to know the objectives, and then we have to, like, go back. I don't know. I feel like it's, well, you know, teething issues and all that, right? It's an early attempt. So we can acknowledge that they didn't have the luxury of iterating on it on multiple games, but it's still issues that stand out all the same. What's up, Bardic? What was the objectives? Locate the train. Okay. Yeah, so Q wants me to shut down their computers and blow up the Giannis Arms cache. Well, we'll see about that. It's pretty funny, the graffiti texture is the same. I was unsure which graphics mode we were in, but everything's black, so even when toggling, I could barely tell which is which. It's like the sky texture is the biggest giveaway. Don't know if stealth is a thing on this level. I want to say that it's a pretty run and gunny type stage, if I recall. Of course, I can't... There's gonna be like sentry gun turrets and shit in some of these, isn't there? Of course, we don't actually have to go inside here for any kind of level progression reason. But I guess there could always be armor. It's even darker with the N64 graphics on this one. Oh, that actually opened. Can we dual wield? Sure can. Oh, there's armor. Perfect. Not a lot of it, but still. Stealth was in 0 GoldenEye levels with you with the controls. I don't know if this is like an Australian stereotype, but I feel wholly unsurprised that young Bardic would have played GoldenEye. Oh, yeah, there's the... Okay, well, fuck this. Get some ammo. Oh, I'm trying to... got? I'm literally just gonna... I mean, this is not that different from how I would have played this game or this level at any other time. Except I don't need to find anything other than the exit, but Okay, these looks like train tracks. Got some of those over there too. Oh, okay, train platform. Could this be something? Probably not. The wall. Wall, brother. Oh, take some of this. Full armor. Like, the level design for some of these levels is actually pretty cool, but it's actually an interesting point to bring up relative to the earlier Tomb Raider discussion, where I was so impressed with that game's ability to present spaces that are simultaneously like mysterious, but also perfectly reasonable to like make a mental map of to help you navigate what you're doing, and you can sort of intuit what certain... These like may have a second exit or something, yes. Like you can kind of figure out to a degree like a process of, okay, I guess I'm probably supposed to do this, and then I might be supposed to do that, and that should lead me over here. Like, and at least my experience with that game was pretty much... Oh, that's just a fence. Like, I was continually impressed and surprised with how doable it was to, like, figure stuff out. We've been in here, I think. Whoa! Lingering flames. Like, I was going into that game fully with the expectation that I would be stuck back here. Well, kill this, I guess. I mean, to put it this way, between Tomb Raider and GoldenEye, I would not have expected GoldenEye to be the game where I get stuck in a maze without understanding how to find, much less operate the exit. But that was like never a problem in Tomb Raider, and more frequently than you would think a problem in this game. So I think I'm like backtracking, but everything looks the same. Like I can never figure out where I am in any of... Well, I shouldn't say in any of these levels, but in many of these levels. I could be totally wrong, but I recall that there's at some point the need to enter one of these buildings and exit it through a different door to get to where you need to go. But of course, I can't be sure that that's accurate. I think this is like the beginning of the level. Of course, enemies spawning means you cannot really trace your steps by whether there are enemies or not. Is it the beginning or a new location? I don't know. It doesn't look familiar. Train tracks. Hey, oh, is this what I'm thinking of? Door's locked. Okay, I think we're making progress. I wasn't sure if I was double tapping or someone was operating the door while I was... Music's so good. Okay. Looks like the train. Perhaps a train at least. Okay, I think we did it. I was probably walking in circles for the first 3 minutes. And yeah, the overall, like, the music and sound design as a whole is easily, like, one of, if not the most clearly unassailable parts of this game. It's legitimately really, really good. Train. So hopefully on this stage, we should at least not have problems getting lost. Like, getting lost in a video game is maybe one of my least enjoyed like experiences to have in a game. Not to go on a like 40-second extra tangent, but it's been something it's been interesting to. I can't say that I've really seen or engaged in much discourse, but talking about Metroid games and of course like the sort of conversation around Metroid Prime 4. I haven't played any of the Metroid Prime games except like maybe an hour of the first one. I have the first one on GameCube and I got the trilogy release. I have it like digitally on Wii U, but I never played it. But it's interesting just in passing hearing talks about Prime 4, about how a few people seem to really love it, but it mostly seems to have been getting a fairly lukewarm reception. Where it sounds like people, like everyone agrees that Prime 1 is awesome. Opinions differ more so on the sequels. And I think many people expected it to be more like Prime 1, and it turns out that maybe it's a little bit more of a follow-up of Prime 3. That's kind of what I've gathered from what I've heard about it. But I don't really have much more to say about Prime 4, but as far as Metroid games, it's interesting how some of them can be quite divisive because not every Metroid game is about the same things, and they're not really structured the same way. And I think for a lot of people, Metroid games, one of the main appeals of those games for many people is the atmosphere and the feeling of being isolated and, to a degree, being lost. Like exploring and figuring out where you can go and what you can do, and just kind of being dropped into this mysterious series of hallways and figuring it out from there. I like Metroid. I've not really played a Metroid game that I didn't enjoy. Granted, I haven't played all of them, but like overall I enjoy the series, and I wouldn't say that I'm a big fan of that style of game broadly. The ones that actually have Metroid in the title I usually enjoy, but otherwise I can fall off them pretty quickly because I tend to be much more into linear action games. Because exploration is also not, like, exploring is not a verb that I, really get a lot out of. And that's the thing, like, I played through a bunch of Metroid games leading up to the release of Metroid Dread when that came out a couple years ago. And I loved Dread. I thought it was awesome. And I was extremely happy that Dread felt like a follow-up to Fusion. I was very concerned and worried and fully expecting that, much like people expecting Prime 4 to be kind of not a remake, but like taking a lot of cues from the original Prime, because like 2 decades removed, everyone is in agreement, not necessarily that Prime 1 is the ideal, but everyone is in agreement that the general consensus is that Prime 1 is like the best one. And I would say that the general consensus broadly is that Super Metroid is like the best 2D Metroid game. Maybe not that every single person would rank it as number 1, but if you bring up Metroid in general, like 2D Metroid more specifically, Super Metroid is the one that will come up the most, or as like the most revered. Same as how this game will come up if you talk about Bond games or licensed console games or whatever, like movie licensed games. So I felt like it was a reasonable expectation to say that, all right, if we want to make as popular and crowd-pleasing of a Metroid game as possible, we're probably going to model it after Super Metroid. So I was delighted and surprised to see that that was not the case. Metroid Dread was, to me, much more modeled after Fusion than Dread, or than Super. And it had enough of its own ideas, and especially things like the power-ups, and more specifically the sequence in which, like the fact that you get the morph ball like really late in the game is like such a breath of fresh air. Like it was so the opposite of a crowd-pleasing sort of greatest hits medley of following all the most expected things, etc. And that's because, to me, like, I like Fusion's approach to like environmental puzzle construction and level design much more than Super Metroid. And that's because Fusion isn't focused on being lost, and it isn't focused on exploring big spaces. Like it will constantly sort of lock you into much smaller spaces, and then within that smaller space it can be more kind of obtuse. Like it has kind of more, to me, compelling environmental puzzles to solve, because the game can trust you with a more challenging puzzle. I'm simplifying and generalizing, of course, but broadly, that's how I felt, that the puzzles themselves, so to speak, can be a little bit more complex, because the game will force you to make sure like you are in the actual right area. Whereas if you have access to the whole map and you can just fuck around wherever, the game has to be really careful not to present you with too challenging a puzzle, so you say, I can't figure out what I'm supposed to do, or there doesn't seem to be anything for me to do here, so let me fuck off to the rest of the map and try, like... So the former, to me, is more compelling. But for others, understandably, they feel like being locked into one area and saying you have to solve whatever we're asking you to solve now is like antithetical to their... what they find appealing about Metroid. That's not really here nor there when it comes to this game specifically, but I bring it up to illustrate my personal feelings on like the idea of exploring versus being presented with a like more discrete task. And the open-ended sort of non-linear exploration aspect is something that some people find incredibly appealing and compelling, but for me it's like at best means to an end, but broadly not something that I go looking for or that I even find appealing. So when a level like this is like an actual literal hallway and you just kind of go through it and shoot dudes, like, oh hell yeah, I'm up for this. But when you're like wandering around a series of warehouses where everything looks the same and everything is also pitch black, you just get lost. I'm like, fuck this, it's so not fun. So you just, like I do, bumble around until you stumble into the exit and you go, well, that's done. Thank God for that. There you go, that's another little bonus rant for you. Destroy brake units, rescue Natalia, escape to safety. Don't get sidetracked settling old scores. Destroy the braking units in each carriage. Okay. I guess that's what we're doing. Man, I miss these guys' little blue turtlenecks. I think the new character models mostly look good, but some of the little details in some of the enemy model designs, a little unfortunate. Dude, that guy was beginning to shoot before I even finished leaning out of this, from behind this box. Got him. This is probably easier. So we're supposed to destroy some kind of brake thing, which I guess are these. Probably need to maintain safe distance here. Yeah, don't get sidetracked by chat. We'll see about that. Aiming is so difficult. I think that guy's still alive? Yeah. The game's like auto-aiming through the box, so it makes me shoot the box instead of shooting over the box. Oh, fucking... Oh, the lingering flames of the exploding crates. Nonsensical and annoying. At least in this version, it doesn't tank our frame rate to single digits, but it still kind of sucks. Feels pretty good, though. Door's locked. shot in the back. I want to say that there's, I guess, some objective on a different difficulty level that forces us to get a key and backtrack here or whatever. I guess we don't need to be too concerned with that. Of the train level in Blood. I haven't played an awful lot of Blood. The only thing I remember about the train in Blood is that you can like fall off the train and then you can like just catch up on foot, which I always thought was quite funny. Recent? I'm trying to say greetings, Vincent Sin. Welcome. I couldn't tell you the first thing about what the differences are between different cartridge revisions of the N64 game is. To my knowledge, outside of the graphics and controls and what have you, this game doesn't really have any meaningful gameplay differences. So presumably it would be based on whatever was the most recent N64 version. I kind of figured there would be a guy there. For brake units. Oh my god, that's, oh, I hate that so much. But that, I'm pretty sure that guy had a P90. No, I guess he didn't. Sure looked like it. A door? A lot of these walls didn't look like doors. Brakes, right. I meant to go look and see if I... Because I'm pretty sure there are some brakes okay, that are like behind you. I think we're good. We'll see. Hopefully we're going in the right direction. Okay. Door's locked. Oh. Okay, there's gonna be a couple of black pixels on a floor somewhere. Unless... Okay. Unless there's some emergency thing that unlocks that door. Whoa! Well, could be. Yep, okay. Oh, okay. I was trying to read dialogue, but I couldn't read it. Well. Do that, I guess. Okay, we're getting through the level straightforward enough. Fill my drink before we give it another try. Fun level for sure, though. But yeah, there's definitely some of those little interactions not having... I mean, I do like the fact that there's like short levels without saving. Not that you would necessarily have that much in console first-person shooters, but it gives a different feel versus something like Half-Life. But when you have a situation like that where you're trying to parse what's even happening, and then it's like, well, you didn't follow the script, you didn't do exactly what you were supposed to do, so mission failed. And I mean, going into it now, it's like, well, okay, I guess I'll just shoot that guy really quickly. But I feel like doing that will also kind of mean that I guess I'm not sure what actually played out there. Oh, was I? I was like, somehow I didn't die from that exploding crate. And then I got pushed forward, and it's like, well, okay, I guess he exploded a crate behind my back. Making progress. Forget if there's a vest somewhere. But it's really cool, right? Because like this is like super linear and very straightforward. But it's like the only level that's kind of like that. It is definitely cool that levels are sort of, even though I think, you know, the game falters in places with levels being needlessly confusing or tedious or annoying, or like not every level is great, but it's still cool when levels are, you know, distinctive from one another. Oh, wrong button. So why can't I open the door? I saw the break box there. Let's just room. Fine. I'm shocked that I didn't take damage from that. Fighting guy with the soul patch always cracks me up. We're heading into the green cars, yeah. Whoa, he's crouching. Sneaky tricks. Up a ZMG. Powerful? I don't know. Oh, I guess, okay. Monster toilets. Kind of like a monster closet. Monster water closet, if you will. The generally extremely conspicuous spawning of enemies in this game is another thing I'm not a huge fan of. My face on Soul Patch guy. I'll hope I see some royalties for that, dude. Fat percentage of the $0 you can make. Alright, this should be the last one. I like a little brake sound. That's good. Picked up a... Oh! So one of these guys drops a key. I see. Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay. Alright, get to hacking. Wait, Watch Laser is an actual weapon, right? I guess you don't have to actually use the laser, though, right? Just more fun that way. I didn't mean to crouch, but I think I stepped close to something that forced me into a crouch. Okay, let me... Oh, there's one more. Let's just double check. We've got some time. Rescue Natalia is currently incomplete. Maybe she's still hacking. Bullet holes. Obscure. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, that works anyway. Whoa. Cuba. I remember this being kind of weird in the movie where they decide to go to Cuba on like a very sort of vague hunch. Am I supposed to wait for... Alright, I'm out of here. Oh, fuck. Crates. Okay. Have we, did we safely escape in the wrong direction? Well, let's see. We didn't die yet. I'm getting stuck on scenery. Okay. She getting stuck on scenery? She's coming. Okay. I'm always like terrified of leaving the exit, like entering the leaving the exit, walking into the exit trigger the wrong way, like not following the script exactly and being punished for it. I like that she's running like this with like she's holding a gun. All right, we got it. Highly mysterious game, Bardic. That's right. It would be cool. Like, I think we talked about it before. Like, obviously, this version doesn't really make any gameplay changes, but there's there's more than enough tweaks you could make to how the game actually functions to make it like less annoying. But specifically, being able to just decouple the mission objectives from the combat difficulty would do so much. Like, it would be so interesting to actually have like granular difficulty settings in general, because the combat difficulty is also not just like one variable, right? It's like enemy aggression, enemy accuracy, enemy numbers, enemy damage and health, number of armor drops, or not drops, but like armors that's in the level. It would be really interesting to like give players the tools to properly like configure everything. But I don't know what would actually I mean, I think like all these like decom projects and what that allows people to do both as players and developers and like tinkering with games, like I think that's a super cool thing. I don't know that I'm like I'm not invested in this game. I don't care about this game enough to have like any particular wish lists, but I think having that as a feature would certainly make for kind of a compelling pitch just in general for like playing on Agent in general. I think is like does a lot for mitigating a lot of the most annoying aspects of this game, but I do think the levels become so much less interesting by stripping out the mission objectives. And like just knowing how annoying everything is, even on Secret Agent, it's just a real shame, because I feel like there's no way to explore and experience the full depth of like the mission design of this game without having to be subjected to like really obnoxious combat. And it's not that combat in this game is bad, period. It's just like cranking up the difficulty, at least to me, makes it less enjoyable. Because the feeling of the guns is great, but it's playing on Agents, like, man, it's so satisfying that enemies go down quickly. Even on Secret Agent, they're way more tanky. And on Double O, I imagine it's terrible. How are we doing on time? Yeah, I've been going for over 4 hours. I think it's time for another break. So we got we made some good progress here. We started on statue. It's not inconceivable that we could actually finish the game today. It depends on how these levels go. Obviously, the game broadly kind of steps up in difficulty. But so we played on Secret Agent up until Bunker. And from there on, like, combat difficulty is so much lower that it's like not that big a deal. But we're gonna have to deal with more like sentry guns and annoying mission stuff. I imagine like Control is probably still gonna be pretty annoying. So we'll see. But I'm going to take another short break. I desperately need to go to the bathroom. I should probably get a snack or something to energize myself to keep going for a bit further to see if we can maybe finish the game today. Let me pause the timer here. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you then. Hydrate or dihydrate, exactly. You got it. See you guys in a bit. All right. I have returned. You guys seem to have been entertaining yourselves in the meantime. Appreciate that. With that, let's try to remember to resume the timer. Always a challenge. Actually, let me my dry lips first. Resume timer and go to the jungle. Going to Cuba, part 1, jungle. Destroy drone guns. No escaping that, I guess. Then again, I reckon it's us or them. They'll destroy us if we don't destroy them first, so that's reasonable enough. I guess the same goes for Xenia Onatop, who kind of weirdly in a way hasn't been much of a presence in this game. It's just funny how that works out with how the game, like what it chooses to adapt and not from the film. Because she's a good like henchman character in the film in that she gets to have a couple of, like in general, it's a pretty good Bond film, but one of the things that some of them can suffer from is like henchmen or other quote unquote important characters who aren't really part of the film until, in this case, showing up to get killed. But in this, I mean, technically, I guess she was in the train, right, with Oromov for half a second. But in the film, she's got like multiple scenes before she's kind of unceremoniously gotten rid of. But whatever, that's neither here nor there. Ground search will be necessary. CIA has provided you with a light aircraft. Underfly Janus radar and parachute into the drop. Proceed through the jungle, eliminating any opposition. Attempt to locate the Janus base. That'll be exciting to have depicted on screen. I mean, someone of them will be with you on this mission. They just... It's funny that they would, like, send her with us. Then again, I guess her computer skills will be essential, so fair enough. Jack Wade has given her some basic firearms training, so alright, he just shows up in the plot. That's cool. Acknowledge him. I guess they might have mentioned him previously. I haven't been paying super close attention to reading all the text, given that this is kind of a bonus thing. We played the game, the original version, in the past. Everyone in chat getting highly excited about N64 decomp projects. I mean, that's cool and all. I'm not personally very invested. That does happen in the movie. Yeah, this whole section is kind of weird in the film because it's like this little montage. Like, they escape the train, and then there's like this little frolicking montage, and he does show up again, yeah, and then it's like, well, now we're in Cuba. That's how I remember it anyway. And especially it's like a little weird because I recall it being also like in the game here, like she does some computer hacking and she goes, aha, that's where they are, we got it. But in the film I remember it being like a lot more speculative, and it's like, well, I think I saw Cuba mentioned somewhere. It's like, well, let's back up and go there. I mean, it's like they don't have any other leads, so sure, but I always remember it being like kind of not jarring, but it's a little clumsy bit of storytelling when otherwise the film is actually quite like well structured compared to a lot of the clunkier stranger Bond films. But yeah, mostly I'm just surprised that they mentioned Jack Wade here because I didn't realize that he had been acknowledged anywhere else. Be especially wary of the robotic drone guns. I'm giving you some triggered mines for their ammo dump. Try not to waste them on silly things. Joke's on you, Q. I'm playing on agent difficulty. I'll waste them on whatever silly things I want. I mean, I probably won't bother because it's clunky switching to mines and trying to use them. But, whatever. Oh, HD fishing gear. I'm excited. Look at all this bright sunlight too. Oh. Whoa. Alright, plane's exploding. Yeah, Jack Wade is played. Yeah, I guess these graphics aren't quite correct, but that's fine. They're adding a little bit of exotic flora. I mean, it kind of works. It's interesting, like, there's not that much detail added here. I mean, the wall, this is kind of what we were talking about before, like, instead of being a solid wall, it's like solid wall. Actually, in this case, there's not even a fence or anything in between, but I guess they added a few layers of these ferns and trees before the tree wall, and it's enough to make it a little bit more, I don't know if believable is the right word, but let's call it immersive. So I think, if memory serves, you can kind of outrange the turrets if you know where they are. And there is a... Well, I guess it'll change on difficulty level, but there we go. I was going to say, there's some armor spread out throughout this level. I remember when I played the N64 version of this, not having that much... excuse me, not having that much trouble with this level. Everyone in chat's total shock. This was definitely not among the levels that gave me a noteworthily hard time. But I was, as I recall, playing very cautiously. Of course, difficulty level makes a big difference here because surely the guns are going to have more health. But also, of course, your health gets melted a lot faster. Maybe there's like a armor per turret. Errant. Free texture here. I guess it's the same. But that might not be fully accurate to... how it would be rendered on an N64. Oh, I see you. Do they get destroyed in like one shot? Crazy. Just being able to see makes this so relaxing. Not even like compared to these graphics or anything. Although again, I don't think this is completely... like the assets are the original. But it's not necessarily representative of what it actually looks like on N64. But just compared to the other levels, so many of which have been so like pitch black. I don't know what happened. No, there we go. I was gonna say, I don't know what happened with Natalia, but there she is. But yeah, like the compilation stuff and like native PC ports and whatever that people make is, I think it's super cool. That's funny, the draw distance is actually shorter. I guess there's polygons, so that makes sense. But not being a big N64 person, I don't know. Oh, that's her. I was gonna say, I remember her appearing at like a bridge, but I was way further into the game than this. Can I just start shooting her a little bit? Well, that was unceremonious, but we did it. Oh. Could go back for the armor, but they're lost and I can't be bothered. Look at that gun. That's so good. Actually, what's she look like? Yeah, I thought her outfit looked different. I don't know if this is more film accurate. I'm stuck! Oh my god! I'm literally stuck. I can't move. There we go. I got unstuck. I wonder if that's what happened in the archives. Yeah, she was kind of conspicuously not a threat here. I mean, even though I got the drop on her, she literally didn't get to fire off a single shot. She didn't even manage to get into range before I killed her. This really is. I mean, I remember we get into the caves and there's like a few more turrets, but this whole part leading up to her, like, way shorter than I remembered. Alpha blending issues here. Oh yeah, I guess we've got to find like the weapons cap. I mean, we don't have to in this on this difficulty, but that's part of the same level. Oh, I was just standing there. Okay, I think this like wraps around to the ladder. But there's a turret here somewhere, I think. We don't want to be standing next to those as they get shot. Oh, this is like the exit, isn't it? That's a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer that, chat, but if it looks like an egg, oh, well, there's a drone wall. Oh, there's the weapon cache, maybe? I don't know. There we go. That's the last turret. Okay, good. Think we're good? Oh, look, what she... What are you talking about? Oh. The sound of a revolver. Oh, man, this is so relaxing. There we go. I was gonna say, I remember the exit being, like, pretty obvious. Yeah, I like her blue top, the original outfit, better. I remember the exit being pretty obvious, so if you haven't done all the objectives, you know to turn back. But we got those last drone guns. Relaxing Cold War gunfight. I mean, yeah. Compared to other experiences you can easily have with this game. All right, control center. So, yeah, Cradle is the last level, and there's the caves. Man, I always think cave is after jungle, but I guess we escape into the cave system, and then we go to Cradle. I think these two last slots are for the bonus levels. Man, that was super smooth. But we'll see about this. So this is a infamous kind of brick wall of a level. Oh yeah, I think this happens very frequently. I think I trailed off on like halfway through a train of thought about decomp, recomp type of projects, and I was gonna say, I might have already said this, I forget, but if I didn't, I'm not a big N64 guy, so I wouldn't naturally have a long list of games that's like, oh man, I wish we got a, you know, this game rebuilt for the PC or whatever. So I was trying to think, like, I wonder what I would consider like a good candidate for something. Wave Racer. I played Wave Racer 64, or whatever it's called, Wave Racer, on like a pre-release So the N64 launched in March, I think, of 1997 in Europe. And I remember going to a toy store that had like they had some representatives for like the Swedish company that distributed Nintendo stuff, and they had like a Japanese N64 console with a couple of games, and it was like a little preview event. And they had Mario 64 there, and they had Wave Race. I don't remember if they had... Might have had Pilot Wing 64. I can't quite recall. But that was my first time seeing N64 games and playing an N64. And I remember thinking Wave Racer felt like shit, and I didn't care for it at all. And I've not played it much, in the 28 years since. But whatever opportunities I have had to interact with Wave Racer, or Wave Race, whatever it's called, I don't think any experience I've had has done anything to change that impression of the game. I just remember it being awkward to control and annoying. I mean, I'm not into racing games in general, so I wouldn't expect to enjoy it that much or be into it, regardless of how it controlled. But it's very possible that I would feel differently about it today, or going into it with more of an open mind. But I mean, it is a game that a lot of people like, but it wouldn't be on my short list for games I would love to see get like a second life. I mean, I think the best candidates would be stuff that's like severely held back by the hardware, which granted, that's like most stuff on the N64 in some way or another. And/or games that have like some issue that you would really want to see addressed. Ironically enough, I guess like F-Zero X would be a good candidate just on account of it being a sick game, even though that's one of like 3 games that actually runs well on N64. I want to say it's got like really good music too. But something like that, I guess, like, if you were able to sort of graft on like online multiplayer, or like track edit type stuff, or I mean, not a track editor in the game necessarily, but I mean, I'm sure there's like the 64DD F-Zero stuff that maybe you could integrate. But like, it's a type of game that hypothetically has like good modding type potential. What are the other 2 games? I mean, I don't know offhand. I mean, I guess there's probably quite a few 2D games that run at 60 FPS. I'm just guessing. I don't want to say it's the only game, because there's probably others. But otherwise, I was gonna say like the second Goemon game I remember liking, because it's like not a big arduous 3D thing. It's polygonal, but it's like a good 2D action platformer. I reckon Castlevania 64 might be another good candidate for like a game that's interesting and neat, but might be easier to enjoy under like more optimal circumstances that could be provided by just having it run better and look a little cleaner, and whatever other changes you might want to make to it. I know the first Goemon game is pretty well regarded as well, but it's less interesting to me personally because I'm not really into... I prefer 2D platformers over like 3D adventure type things. Or, I mean, that style of sort of Zelda-esque action adventure type things. But I don't know the N64 library like super intimately. There's other cool stuff there, I'm sure. Even outside of the more typical things that people really like. I mean, there is some like the some of the weird fighting games and stuff, like Fighter's Destiny, and I mean, I guess I don't know actually if Biofreaks or Mace have anything. I don't know if they're better than the arcade versions in some way that would make you like where something rebuilt from the N64 version would be like more complete or better. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Cybernomad. I don't know those games very well, but that would be like that's the exact type of thing I'm talking about, where it's like there's a game that's got some interesting juice, but it's kind of held back, or like you could apply some kind of layer of I guess we could call it polish to make it like a more of an enjoyable experience, or kind of lower the bar for enjoyment. But I mean, frankly, even if we were to look at the Saturn or PS1 or just some other system that I'm more familiar with, or that I might have more games that I like, I guess I would still be hard pressed to come up with a list of games that's like, oh man, I really wish we could have, get a decomp of this and that. I guess it's not something I think about too frequently, but I think it's cool that people get into that kind of stuff. All right, so it says protect Natalia as if that's the first thing that happens. We gotta get through the fucking stupid caves first with the sentry guns and shit. And I recall that you can you explore a bit first. Yeah, destroy the armored mainframes. That's the thing we have to do. But there's like this hidden thing where you go through a vent and you find armor, I remember. Like there's a whole thing. There's multiple whole things about this level. It's gonna take a couple of attempts, I'm sure. Just like organizing what we're supposed to do here. The details of Yanis' criminal bankrolls are stored on specially armored mainframe units. Yeah, we gotta like throw explosives at them. Oh yeah, there's the weird glass panes and everything. Yeah, wait in the lift, I'll secure the... Okay, yeah, because I want to say, I recall there being something... Oh, there's like... Maybe it's different on Agent. I want to say there's like sentry guns like as soon as you fucking leave the elevator. We'll see. Like maybe there's some... I forget. I just remember it being really annoying and stupid. Black, of course. This. That's like the end. Texans. Yeah, we can like... Yeah, she will hack through that door or something. Are there just no guns here on Agent? Or did I misremember and they start after this door? This door's locked, okay. Oh, I guess we cleared the area. Like that's a ludicrous difference. I mean, I'm glad to not have them here. You were wonderful. Yeah, I'm sure she can tell from inside the elevator. But the way the sentry guns work and the awkward like leaning dance you have to do to like barely get them on screen and have them not melt you just feels awkward. But let's not take anything for granted. I don't really remember the details of where they show up. Oh yeah, this whole room. Guys can throw grenades and ruin your whole life. And all this stuff before you even get to the annoying part of the level too. So yeah, it's gonna probably take a few attempts. Let's see what's down. I forget what's down here, but just remote mines. Okay. Did Q put these here? Did we black, of course. Yeah, so chat and business. Big fan of the most annoying levels in the game. Yeah, I think this and Archives were maybe the two biggest hurdles in my last playthrough. Oh yeah, that's right, this room, I remember now. Love the little sideways hop, it's so funny. I guess this is... I'm trying to... Yeah, nice be fighting here. Yeah, so it's not until we open a door... I guess it's right above us where we are now, I think. Like, we open a door to have her come here. Are these the armored mainframes? I think so. Something with Boris, but I forget. He, like, runs off somewhere or something. Is it, like, do I look away? There somewhere. So this place is like pretty empty. Oh. He like shows us that secret, I guess, which is pretty cool. Kind of a weird... You can walk through this grate, but I guess bullets can't penetrate it. Animation in general is great. Like, the enemies are very expressive, but it's funny how it, like, a lot of the animations have like huge amounts of startup, which is often to your benefit. Like, the animation system is not very sort of dynamic at all, so a lot of the combat strategy in this game revolves around sort of either manually or sort of deliberately triggering animations from the enemies, or at least noticing, like, when they start playing a certain animation, you can kind of move out of the way because they're committing to like sitting down and aiming their gun and firing a few rounds and then like transitioning back to their idle, and then from there they can like start reacting and turning to where you are and stuff. But they can't really abort anything they're in the middle of, and they're still always like fully vulnerable. So they'll do their little hops or their little commando rolls or whatever, or you can just keep shooting them, and they're like completely helpless to do anything until they're finished whatever they're doing. Which is like a little goofy and a little funny, but the animations themselves look great. The thing about the death animations is that also some of those can be quite annoying. Did I put a thing on that? Wait. I think I can even see the mine on it. Sometimes you kill them, and if you don't see whether or not they've dropped their gun, which is like the actual way to see if they're dead, there's death animations where they just sort of stand there for 3 seconds before slowly falling over, and stuff like that can drive me insane. Just for how it sort of obfuscates what's going on, like the game state is unclear. But visually it looks great. So I want to say that if I explode these, it may break some of these glass panels, which might make the next bit more difficult. So I think we can maybe do that later. Okay, this is where I came in. Forget how I get her in here, but let's see. I wasn't exactly expecting to do this first try anyway, so I don't mind putzing around a little bit. There's the door. Did throw mine up. But knowing, I guess, that I don't have to worry about stuck on the staircase. The sentry guns is a huge difference. I do remember like staying here to kind of get a better view of things. Was how to kind of get through this. What's up, MTI? I got a little jump scared by that thing. Okay, we got guys coming in here. I'm gonna assume that they're gonna be a lot worse at killing her super quickly. Okay, did he drop a... I'd like some more ammo. Yeah, complain a bit more, will ya? This actually seems relatively chill. We'll see. I've got quite a bit of ammo. I'm definitely a bit unsure on when best to explode those things. In a way that does not expose ourselves to needless extra risk. But I also don't know her dialogue well enough to know, like, oh, she said this much, that means we're this close to being done here. Do this just... Actually, I didn't... Okay. It didn't seem to break the glass. Not where I thought it would. But also, it didn't complete the objective. So now I'm confused. Sad this never came out. Can't deal with GoldenEye looking fairly good by modern standards. I'm not sure if you mean modern 2007 standards or modern 2025 standards, because this game is a lot closer to the original graphics than it is to anything you would expect today, or anything you would reasonably call modern. Well, we'll see what happens here now, because I don't know that we're gonna accidentally trigger some kind of level exit, completion, whatever. Guess we'll see. He could still die technically, maybe, I don't know. Objective A, I think that was to protect her. Okay, so destroy armored mainframes. Have I played the original lately? I played it a year ago. I mean, yeah, it's running at a high resolution and high frame rate, but these are the original graphics, and this is the new polished fancy graphics. Like, I mean, this is from 2007. So even if this was cutting edge, which it isn't really, it would still be closer to N64 graphics than Alright, so... Okay, I'm gonna try to, like, comb this... Because I'm pretty sure whatever I have to explode... Now, let's have to explode these things, too. Not very armored, though, I guess. I'm pretty sure it's all in this room or this area? Oh, maybe it's... There's that whole room, too. I guess there might be more mainframes in there. Let's try to figure it out. I want to say there's, like, more sentry guns in there. That guy just tossed a grenade. Let's wait. Yep. See, this is what I mean about the turrets being all fucked up. Oh, the knockback is ridiculous. Yeah, even here they're... Yeah, I remember the glass being, like, really tinted. Okay, there's... dudes or... cannons around a corner somewhere, to jump scare you. Now, I don't remember if whatever's in here is, like, an additional... No, okay, there we go. I was gonna say... an additional thing, or if it was just part of the... And that wasn't all of them, but there were more of them outside of that room, at least. Auto aim, please. I know that guy didn't die, but, well... I guess there's more than one of these rooms, then. Forgot more about this than I thought I did. Well, I think I might have... I don't know if it was this level. There was one level where you have to, like, protect or escort her, where I did fuck it up by leaving while she was too far away or something. I guess it might have been this level. Is this... Again, there's a... switch or something to open that up. I think this is leading to the exit. Let's see if we can, the range of a lot of these, like, explosive stuff and everything is... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the exit. A panel of some sort? I can't interact with it. I wasn't sure if this is already previously exploded or not, but... I'm actually getting kind of low on health. Okay, great. I wasn't sure. I guess whoever was chasing us probably didn't make it through that explosion. Gotta wait for it to close before we can open it. Whoa, thanks for the boost. All right. Yeah, I was not expecting to do that first try. Off to bed, Bardic. Well, thank you for stopping by. Have a good rest. I'll see you around. Yeah, Cyber Nomad, I'm aware that it's official artwork. Just the formatting and the fact that it's game's not out and everything means that it's not really the official box art for the game. But I gave my thoughts. Oh, I'm so like relieved and relaxed that Agent is turning out to be such a smooth experience. Water caverns. I think this is pretty made up for the game. Literally do not have to give a shit about anything except minimizing scientist casualties. That's a relief. I really don't remember too much of this level in terms of mission objectives otherwise. I do remember there's some whole like hacking, recovering tape. There's something you have to do on 00 Agent that's not on Secret Agent, and it's like super confusing to try to piece together from context clues what it even is. I guess we're supposed to radio Jack Wade. That's kind of neat. Yeah, remove the water pumps. Notice we've been able to hide it again. Destroy the servo control console. Yeah, there's like a whole bunch of things, but we don't have to worry about any of it, I guess. Spot up spelunking. Sure am. Back to pitch black, I'm afraid. Got our trusty tactical fishing gear to protect us. Soul Patch. Oh, actually, that was not Soul Patch Guy. I just had a similar ponytail. Metroid Prime door, speaking of. I remember this part being like a little oddly difficult to navigate. Because you're like, yeah, we got these like different paths. I want to, yeah, I was gonna say, I want to say there's like scientists down here. I think we might not have to care. We might just be able to steamroll through. Fancy doors, pretty cool. Oh, there we go. I think this is progress. It's so fucking dark. I'd like to look over the OBS preview. It's like, okay, we can see a little bit. I guess we can at least see where we can walk, so. It's so sick that the game has like different music for every level. And it's all music that fits like super neatly into the soundscape of the film score. While also being like good video gamey music. Like it doesn't sound like film score. I mean, granted, the GoldenEye score is a pretty unconventional sounding film score. At least the bits of it that are like sort of stand out to have this oral quality to it, the vibe that's like captured in this game's soundtrack. But it's really, I guess, like just relying on a handful of samples to give it a similar vibe. But I guess it's not purely only that, because it's compositions too. But it's not music that feels... It doesn't feel any less like proper video game music for having this vibe that feels authentic to the film, which is really cool. And part of that is, of course, like just due to how the film sounds. But it's definitely not as simple as like, well, the movie already sounded like this. Picked up a code card. Guess that's good for something. But yeah, the soundtrack is really good for sure. I think the auto aim, if I'm not mistaken, is also a lot more generous on lower difficulty levels. Certainly adds to the smoothness of the experience. Minimize casualties. Let's not spray and pray right into this scientist lab. They run away. Whoa! I like aimed directly towards the scientist. It's like full of deadly barrels and shit here. Alright. Radio Jack Wayne. We didn't need to, but this is no, door's locked. Guy seems happy. Oh, that's right. That's an enemy. I like forgot about him. I guess leave this area and. Did he? No, I was gonna say he didn't die because he was still solid. I couldn't walk through him. I guess we're supposed to open this door somehow. Gotta do something else to get a key for it, I guess. What we're meant to do and how is anybody's guess. I guess maybe we need to find one of those other little scientist alcoves earlier in the level to collect a key card or something. I don't know. Didn't really go down to the lower floor here. I think. See if there's something here that's gonna help us. Maybe I needed to go. Well, whatever. We're here. This is something we need to. I mean, I know it's not something we need to do anything with now, but I mean, in terms of how the level is designed, if this is something you're supposed to destroy or whatever. How do I think this would play with mouse and keyboard? I was gonna say that's been a thing since forever, hasn't it? I mean, it's a very. I don't think it would make a huge difference, or like. That's not exactly true. I guess it all comes down to how like the manual aiming would be incorporated, because this game is such a anomaly in how it approaches aiming compared to like applying mouse and keyboard controls. Wouldn't let's just I just want to see if this is. Nope, this is not the room I'm in. Applying mouse and keyboard controls wouldn't make this game play like a PC shooter. Before we go back there, let me see if I'm just trying to orient myself in the level here. At this point, I have no idea if I'm going forward or backward. I think this is quote-unquote forward. There's that door. I don't think I went in that door. Like typically in any PC shooter, you would have crosshairs. In this game you don't. But you have this kind of weird manual aim where you can like aim without moving the camera, which is not a thing. It's a thing in like the original Hitman. And I'm sure, you know, probably System Shock, you can do something like that. But it's like kind of awkward here. So you have like two aiming methods, neither of which work the way you would expect a typical collected something. I vaguely recall there was something like that. Neither of which behave like you would expect from a like a PC or, you know, mouse controlled shooter. What the? I guess this game has some kind of objective marker thing. That's cool for that to appear for the first time in the second to last level. I pressed the interact button on that door, and that dot started existing. I'm so, like, flabbergasted by this being a thing. I mean, I guess this could be a feature that they meant to, like, add to this game, but they just, like, didn't, you know, it wasn't fully incorporated. It exists in one spot, in one level. So maybe the code thing can be used here. Ah. Door's locked. Pitch black hallway. I reckon this is probably getting us closer to where we need to go. Well, Trevelyan is taunting us, so that's a good sign. Everyone looks a lot like Trevelyan here, though. An exit type elevator. I guess so. Mission accomplished. So I think, like, especially the auto aim is, like, very generous and very, like, it feels very good. It makes it satisfying to, like, be able to move around swiftly and shoot. You don't have to stop to aim. You know, you kind of get a lot of that in Everything or Nothing and From Russia with Love, the way the lock-on system works in those games. So I think, like, the auto aiming would probably feel weird with a mouse when you have a lot of control, but the reticle aiming, depending on how I think that the reticle aiming probably actually would be a lot more comfortable with the mouse, because the reason it's difficult to use with a stick is that it's like you have to lean the stick very carefully in a particular position to have the reticle be at a certain point on screen. It in a way it works exactly the way you would expect it to, but it's still kind of difficult to put in words. Like with a mouse, obviously you put the mouse, like with an analog stick, it's usually a little bit awkward because it's a very precise thing to do that you're not tasked with doing in many games very often, to keep, like, to balance the stick in a very particular position. Because, you know, the way this works with the cursor, like, I can move it all the way to the side to have it move at different speeds, and if I put it, like, in a very particular spot, it moves at a slower speed. And that's how most sort of interactions with an analog stick work. You don't typically need to put it... you want to, you know, move a cursor or move the reticle or move the character or whatever to a certain spot, but in most cases, pushing the stick further will, like, get you to that spot and maybe past the spot more quickly, and pushing the stick more gently will get you there kind of slower, etc. But you are rarely tasked with putting the stick at a certain point. But when you're doing the aim in this game, that is exactly what you have to do, and that's kind of awkward and difficult to do. But with a mouse, obviously you would expect that as soon as you stop moving the mouse, the cursor stops moving. So I imagine the actual reticle aiming works a lot better with a mouse, but the kind of balance of when and how you use it, like it would feel pretty unintuitive, or at least unusual, the way you get locked into place when you're going to aim mode. Like, that's not how any PC FPS works either. I think if you, like, for it to feel really good, I think you would have to adapt it to make it like sort of intuitive. I think in a mouse and keyboard control version of this, like, maybe you would want to disable auto aim, which would make aiming a lot more difficult. But if you have, like, if you were to put a reticle on screen, like a crosshair, that would solve a lot of those problems. It would kind of make it more like everything else, for better or worse. But I think, like, the thing about this game as it functions, I think it's just like it's very difficult to do the manual aiming. So just the ease of which you could do it naturally without practice with a mouse would probably just make that work better. And maybe that's enough. Otherwise, I imagine like being able to still move. You could obviously not really look, aim, or turn around the same way, but if you could still like strafe while being in aim mode, I mean, and that might even be like too powerful, like because of the demands that the game's like aiming and shooting doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? It's in relation to what's being asked of you in combat. So, I don't know, but ultimately, I mean, I guess I was about to say ultimately, like the game is what it is, and it works fine for what it is. I would probably like the game would be a lot easier, which means I would probably legitimately have a lot less frustrations with combat on higher difficulties. Like the singular thing that drives me the most crazy is like being in a high pressure situation, trying to aim to do a headshot to take out a guy with your one allowed like loud gunshot. And because aiming is difficult, it takes a little too long to line up the shot, so you get shot and then you get knocked away and you start hearing heavy breathing in your ear, and like you don't get the shot, and then you keep getting shot and you get stun locked and you get pissed off. Like so being able to line up the shot and take it in 0.7 seconds instead of 2 seconds could make the whole difference. You don't need the reticle when you use the correct control scheme. I mean, it helps to know where you're shooting. I mean, obviously the default control scheme in the N64 game sucks. Of course, you move with the D-pad and aim with the analog stick. But it doesn't really change the fact that, like, I mean, yes, you could probably learn to line up shots without a crosshair if you play the game for 4,000 hours. But that's like a roundabout way to fix it. Or like pro speedrunners taking a fucking marker and painting a dot on your TV. But, it doesn't really change the main fact, which is that the way aiming and shooting works in this is like very different from PC games. So adding mouse and keyboard controls by itself doesn't turn it into a PC shooter. It's still a bit of an odd Duck Frankenstein type situation, just a slightly different one. But I couldn't say how much I think it improves or ruins the game, like specifically. Anyway, we found our way through the water caverns, and here we are. Cuba Part 4, Antenna Cradle. We're at the final level of the game. How about that? This has been a delightfully smooth... I mean, smooth progression through the levels. It's still taken us several hours because I keep getting sidetracked about all kinds of different conversations, which I guess is par for the course. That's nothing new. But I was not taking for granted that we would finish today. I am glad that we decided not to go ahead and sticking with Secret Agent. We would have a much less pleasant experience if that was the case. So it is interesting. I have gotten a bit of a different perspective on the game through this playthrough, just not in the way I was perhaps expecting. Yana's control communications have been jammed and the GoldenEye satellite orbit is decaying. Only Trevelyan and his personal bodyguard remain unaccounted for. Personal bodyguard, eh? You know my feelings about personal vendettas interfering with mission success, 007. However, in this case, I think we can turn a blind eye to whatever happens out there. Remember, you are licensed to kill. Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. For killing 8,000 Russian guards and whatever. Would you believe it, 007? There's another blasted control thingy actually on the antenna cradle. Pavilion might be able to realign the antenna and get one last firing message through to the satellite. Get out there and destroy it. You don't want things going pear-shaped at the last minute. I want to say this level too, I certainly didn't clear it first try when we did the original playthrough, but it didn't give me as much trouble as I think some people expected. I don't think that looks quite right. This is sick though, having the full like environment. I'm pretty sure it's like, yeah, it's, I mean the colors seem all fucked up, but the fog, like it doesn't look like this in the original. This is actually really sick. Music too. Trevelyan has activated the console. 3 minutes. Like, forget what you actually are meant to do, but of course, like an action climax set piece chase type thing, but wouldn't be GoldenEye if you could just intuit what you're actually supposed to do and where to go. Gotta make it confusing. And be shot at while you're trying to piece things together. There we go. Okay. You're gonna start taunting us now? Oh my god! The way you get stun locked and can't shoot is kind of infuriating. There's armor like somewhere. We're gonna need it because we're low on health. Music's so good. I feel like at this point I should have expected to see or come across him at some point. Okay, well, we're gonna end up here eventually, I guess. I don't know if I took a wrong turn somewhere. We destroyed the console, though. Whatever. Let's just go exploring, I guess. I want to say in one of these rooms there's armor somewhere. Is that him? I think that might have been him. There we go. Yeah, look at my... Well, I guess I missed like 40%. Oh my god, get fucking stun locked. I'm honestly not positive how the level works exactly. I took explosion damage. If you have to like deal enough damage to him to, like, because he like moves from spot to spot, you know, like chase him. I think he ran up here. I'm like vaguely unclear on whether you like wait for dialogue or have to deal a certain amount of damage or something. Dude! Does auto aim not work when you're shooting at someone's back? I don't know. Oh, I know he's running here. I guess actually he's not shooting when he's running. Stuck. If we're lucky and we're heading towards the end game here, we could still make it, but... Oh, that's a good sign. Okay. Braylon James? Alright, see ya. No, for me. Ooh, I almost fell over. I think. Feet through the platform. Oh, look at that big action stunt. That's actually pretty sick. Yeah, these the N64 graphics not quite fully incorporated here, I guess. Ah. This has been a multiplayer map. It's kind of weird that it's not, I guess. Oh, well, that was confusing, but eventually we found Trevelyan. We could take chase. And there we go. The jungle makeout scene we've all been waiting for. I guess that's time. Yeah, 5 hours 50. I think the I think the switch to Agent accounted for most of that time difference, more so than coming to the game with any prior knowledge. I mean, it definitely did help. Original screenplay, Dr. David Doak. Goofy ass Donkey Kong Country fake credits. But yeah, the original took me like 20 hours, I think, to complete. This music is actually very funny because it's like such a weird... It's a weird like staff roll track, and it's also a very weird jungle makeout session track. But yeah, you know, going through this on Agent is like it's so cathartic, I guess, like after the struggles of completing it on Secret Agent before. I'm pretty elite with an Xbox controller. I'm pretty elite when enemies like don't fight back and die in one hit, because we're playing on the easiest difficulty, which is good. It's fun. The actors. All right, we're seeing this again. It's so funny looking. The animations that they're playing. That's like, what are they even doing? Everyone, of course, like they didn't add in a new animation, so even though the hands are like more model. Oh yeah, we get all the enemies now. Oh, I guess hopefully we get to see the other multiplayer models, because you don't get to see them in the game, of course. Yeah, but everyone just like playing random enemy animations is very funny. Civilian with a shotgun. Civilian being Liam Neeson's stunt double. Was this in the original? Because I don't remember this at all. I mean, a lot I don't remember, I guess, but looks like fucking pain. Siberian Guard, Siberian Special Forces, Jungle Commando. I guess we could... No, we actually cannot change graphics right now. Oh, nope, there we go. Man, just get to see like all the enemy characters. I think this might like crash if we go into the multiplayer, so... Ooh. Cheat select mission. I don't think we got this... I guess we... Oh, I thought we got this because we cleared the game. Maybe we did, I don't know. Time. But I guess regardless, this showed up because we now have activated at least one cheat. It is for clearing the game. That makes sense, because it didn't look like we would clear any part-time, and the way we were playing, I'd be shocked if we had. Sorcrates with the accidental resub. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for the continued support. Means a lot. Yeah, obviously, you know, the game, there are changes made to the game, right? Like, it's not emulated, it is ported, and they are making differences you know, in some places, the controls, the menus, obviously there's stuff needed to comply with Xbox Live Arcade standards and regulations. So how does it, I forget, in the N64 game, do you activate the cheats as part of the, like, the mission briefing? Oh yeah, we get the menu music back now. It's like bugged, the menu music. Just like, do you go here somewhere and there's like a cheats menu, or do you, I guess you maybe go into the options? Yeah, how it works. There are the cheats in the cheats menu. Okay. I guess this whole thing, like this menu, this screen, I guess, isn't in that game exactly. You have like the, you know, choose your Pierce Brosnan menu, which of course is not in this version because your profile is tied to your account. So yeah, the whole structure before you get to this part being different, I guess, makes sense. Obviously achievements wouldn't be, so the achievements thing, I also think at best nothing happens, but it might crash if we pick this. So like the how to play stuff would be new as well, because this is like a Xbox Live Arcade thing. But yeah, so credits, if I press this, it will just launch back into the jungle makeout session. And that was definitely not in the original either. I think this may also be an Xbox Live thing, where it's like mandated that you access the credits through, like, I could be wrong about that, I'm not sure. So everything is like a little bit different here, of course. But there you have it. The unreleased Xbox Live version of GoldenEye 007. It was fun to revisit this. I don't know that I've come out of this with too many new thoughts. Will this one be ranked on the tier list? Nope. This is not officially part of the lineup. It's a bonus extra game, and those are not included. Do this. We don't have to. I'd rather have this background music than fucking blaring guitars. I was looking forward to, or having some mixed feelings, I guess, if we're being perfectly honest. But part of me was looking forward to going back to this game in order to assess how I feel about the game coming back to it a second time. Bringing with me knowledge. Like, I figured we would have a quicker completion. And I think if we had committed to completing all the levels on Secret Agent, I still think it would have taken less time than the first time around. But I don't think really the controls make that much of a difference. Because I was already playing the N64 game with a control scheme that allows you to move and aim fully independently. And that, I guess, is what would make the most difference, to like be agile while shooting. But frankly, I don't feel like once we got to Bunker, we switched to Agent, and from here on out, almost none of the stages really had any like mission objectives that we had to care about. In hindsight, I understand why Statue forces you to still get the black box, because the game needs to force you, well, needs to, but it deliberately forces you to move away from the gate so that it can spawn in the Mishkin and the guards. And the way it does that is by forcing you to go collect an item. So they, like, it would be difficult to strip that objective out of the level. Otherwise, most of the levels are just like get to the exit and maybe do, like, Jungle still had the turret. I mean, there's some objectives here and there. You still have to get Natalia and archives and whatever, but Anytime we had objectives that we needed to complete, or even finding an exit, like, I don't feel like I remembered enough details. Ironically, I guess, the whole black box thing in the statue level, that's the one thing I did sort of... I don't even want to say remember, because I think I remember being very confused by it the first time around, and I think after completing it, I still wasn't really sure what I did, but I think in the interim, I've, like, coincidentally watched some video that explained it or something. So having the knowledge of how that works did help a little bit now. But otherwise, I don't feel like my knowledge from a previous playthrough really helped that much. I mean, I guess Control went smoothly now. Yes, we were playing on Agent, but I still knew what the things were that I had to explode. I had a sense of where I should be standing, and I knew a little bit about how the enemy waves, like, it's fair to say that my knowledge of this level definitely helped me this time. But otherwise, I feel like, I don't want to say that it made no difference, but if I had played on Secret Agent, it would, how do I phrase this? The previous knowledge that I was able to bring from my previous playthrough, or the not previous knowledge, but like the knowledge from that previous playthrough, the experience I would come into this playthrough with, would make less of a difference than the difference in difficulty between Agent and Secret Agent. If that makes sense. Like, if we went back up to Secret Agent, it wouldn't, like, having that experience and knowledge would not make it that much smoother of an experience than the previous playthrough, I think. Like, if we take Depot as an example, I couldn't see shit. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what was going on. We just had to stumble our way to the exit. If we had extra objectives, you're supposed to, like, destroy a thing and maybe photograph a thing. I forget exactly what it is. We would still have to essentially rely on luck to stumble into those things and surviving. And, like, the increased threat of the enemies, meaning you die while fumbling around trying to understand the levels. So I think, like, at the end of the day, my thesis of the game becoming more fun as you get better at it and as you get, like, repeated playthrough experience would not have, like, I don't think I have reached the level of experience where it makes a tangible difference in how much fun I have versus how annoyed I get by the frustrating aspects of the game. All right, Vincent, thanks a lot for stopping by. Have a good one. Whenever I came up against frustrating aspects, which once we switched to Agent was, like, not a big factor at all, but anytime that came up, it didn't really feel like it was cushioned by, like, oh, but I'm prepared to deal with this now. Like, the annoying bullshit is still annoying bullshit. I was just able to dodge most of it by switching to Agent. It would be interesting. I mean, it's like a hypothetical that we can't answer, but it would have been interesting to know how I would have felt about the game if I played through it on Agent first. I think I would have had a really fun time. If this was about 6 hours, let's say, for the sake of argument, I'm making this up, but let's say we had 8 hours for a first playthrough on Agent. I don't think I would have come up against too many obnoxious things. Like, there would be some, for sure, and I would have died more than I did now, just on account of not knowing the levels at all. But I wouldn't have gotten, like, brick-walled by combat difficulty or that many obtuse objectives, I don't think. So I probably would have had less complaints about the game. But I would also know that I hadn't really fully explored the actual cool shit, because I think the objectives do add a layer of coolness to the game for sure. But I think my feelings on the game, like, even though I could have elected, like, intentionally or not, to play the game in a way that would have given me a more positive outlook on it, I think that would have been a more misguided opinion. That would have been a more incomplete assessment of the game. Imagining a scenario in which I played through the game originally only on Agent, and then coming to it a second time now and saying, all right, let's kick it up a notch. Agent was pretty easy, and we didn't really get to see everything. Let's do it on Secret Agent now. I think I would have been pretty blindsided by just how much more difficult it is and how much more annoying it is. So I think ultimately, I still put this game, I think I put it in the A tier. Like, it's good. When it's fun, it's a lot of fun, and it does a lot of things right, and it's really cool and interesting in a lot of ways. It just has a remarkably high, like, frustration factor. And there's a lot of kind of core components of it that are exacerbated, like core components that don't quite function the way you would expect or want them to. And like with the mission structure particularly, and that's sort of exacerbated by the combat. And it kind of goes both ways, where the mission objective stuff exacerbates what's annoying about the combat too. But I feel like at this point I was a little surprised, or kind of, I was hoping, I guess, that I wouldn't feel as frustrated with the game a second time. But ultimately, it makes me more confident in, like, not changing my opinion that much on it. And I still rank it relatively highly for being a cool game with some very interesting, positive qualities. But I cannot, like, not have it held back by the immense frustration of the game. But if I had played it through on Agent first and just had a fun breeze of a time, and then come back to it, and like from there, like having a very positive feeling on it and saying, man, I can't wait to play with all the objectives and like a little more combat challenge, like, oh, that would be so cool, only to just like run into this brick wall a third of the way through the game and going like, holy fuck, I cannot believe how annoying this game is. Like, I think that would make me really disappointed, because it would make me feel like I had misjudged the game as being more fun than it actually truly is. And I mean, I'm fine with feeling like 00 is like severely like cracked and like being for insane people. That's fine. But I think Secret Agent, I feel like, should be like, it feels fair to judge the game on how it plays on Secret Agent. I don't know that there's technically a default difficulty, but it's like the medium difficulty. And with Agent being both very easy, as well as like stripping out most of the mission objectives, which are like kind of the main hook for the single player campaign, it doesn't feel right to judge the game on how it plays on that difficulty level. But yeah, I don't know, for me it just further underlines the problem of coupling the mission complexity difficulty setting with the combat difficulty setting. So there really isn't a way to me, like for my personal sensibilities, configure the game to play to all of its strengths and to as little as possible of its weaknesses. So as such, like, I think it's my assessment of it hasn't really changed, I feel like. Yeah, Secret Agent, I mean, it's interesting because it's structured the way it is. You don't have like lives and continues or anything like that. Like, it is this kind of battle of attrition. Once you've cleared a level, that's that. You can continue from there. Which we hadn't seen in a game like this. I mean, game like this, I say, but like in James Bond, like this was the first time we had that kind of structure. And even stuff that came later, like Tomorrow Never Dies on PS1, like it has its own kind of weird structure, but it's not like that exactly. In a way, it means that the game can afford to be a little more difficult. And of course, like, it's really nice that you can just step down. You don't have to start a new playthrough on a different difficulty level. You can just swap to Agent at any point. Like, that's great. That's convenient. I love the way the game's structured, but I think it's a British game, right? Of course it's got British difficulty. Doomnib, we talked a bunch about that previously. I'm not gonna like rehash everything, but I'm not that interested in Perfect Dark. There are some aspects I have a kind of academic interest in, but nothing that would put it ahead of like 200 other games I would want to play for various reasons. I think it was interesting to revisit this, like as we talked about at the beginning of the stream. Like, this was definitely a kind of a holy grail type of thing where it was known to exist, and it's basically like an alternate reality version of a game that like a billion people are super into. So I'm very happy that this managed to find its way into the hands of the people, albeit in an unfinished state. The fact that it was, I mean, it wasn't necessarily known that the game was this complete anyway. So the fact that we have this version to enjoy, I think is super cool. And I think for a game that stands alone completely in its own dimension as far as like James Bond video game that people care about, if we were going to take like a second look at any game, it would be this one. In a funny sort of twist of fate, we of course did also take a second look at the GoldenEye remake, because we played the Wii original and then we played the PS3 version as well. And I think that game, I think I changed my feelings on that game more than I did on this. Because while I could appreciate some parts of it coming to it a second time, it was definitely, it felt pretty flat and hollow. Like, I think if memory serves, we did a similar thing. We actually played GoldenEye Reloaded on the easier difficulty, just kind of get through it. And playing this game, like, the shooting is fucking fun. Like, blasting through the entirety of this game on Agent is fun in a way that the remake was not. I mean, I never thought the remake was as good as this, you know, comparing like for like. But that was a game that's like, going through that a second time only highlighted the shortcomings. And I think this, I can't really say that I've got like a newfound respect or appreciate new things about this game. Not in the way I sort of theorized that like repeat exposure gets you kind of more into it. I mean, it's been more than a year since we played it last time, and if we had done them like back to back, that could be a different story. I don't know. But I guess what it tells me is that like to reach that level of appreciation, it doesn't just take like a second playthrough. It takes going into like the grind mode of like wanting to like spending time, real time with the game to like learn all its weird quirks to get good at it. So I still feel like that's the case, like as evidenced by the numerous people of varying degrees of insanity who are super into this game Like, the game has an audience for sure that really want to play that game that way and get a lot out of it. And I don't think, to me, that was ever in question. I think maybe the bigger question for me is whether I would be able to see myself as being in that crowd. Like, could I feel compelled to play the game that way and personally get that juice squeezed out of it? And I guess I think I'm not even sure if this is an actual change or transformation, but currently, today, my feeling is probably that, nah, I can't really see myself getting into it in that way. And I don't remember if I felt that way. I mean, I'm sure by the time I finished it on Secret Agent, I was extremely fucking happy to move on, because I was definitely frustrated with the game. And I guess that's the thing, like, I haven't reached the point, and I guess I'm not sure if I ever would, of feeling that, like, compulsion to get some of those unlocks or like achieve these goals or clear the 00 agent or whatever. Like, for that compulsion to resonate more strongly than my feelings of frustration with all the bullshit in this game, that's where I feel like a disconnect isn't the word, but like an imbalance. I feel like this game requires a degree of obsession to make you willing to put up with this annoying shit. And I don't mean this in any kind of insulting or disparaging way for, you know, to people who are super into it. I've played games that I can get like frustrated with, but I feel a compulsion to overcome that challenge, and the journey of overcoming that challenge becomes in itself exciting and entertaining and compelling. Your emotional investment in playing a game, getting good at a game, overcoming challenge is, in my mind, always something separate from, to whatever extent you even could, but for the sake of argument, let's call it your kind of objective assessment of the qualities of the game or whatever. Like, you can be really compelled to playing a game you think of as a bad game. You can play a game that you feel is a good game, but doesn't make you want to play it and replay it. Like, you can experience a game once and feel like it was pleasant, but you just feel in the moment that, I'm happy now, I would rather move on. So those things aren't always related. But I think for this game, it just sort of, to reach that level of really appreciating and loving the game, it takes a little bit of that obsession. And I think for sure, it would have been a lot easier. Like, me as a player, you as a player, anyone as a player of this game would have a much better chance of slipping into that obsessive mindset if you were playing this on your Nintendo 64 at the time than coming to it today, just on account of availability of games. I mean, certainly if you were a child at the time and where you are in life and how you as like a 12-year-old approached playing video games on your Nintendo 64 in the 90s is gonna be different, like undeniably, invariably, like without doubt, that is a different situation than as like a 40-year-old in 2025 playing video games. And I think that accounts for a fair bit of it. That isn't to say it's aged poorly or, you know, it's of its time and it was designed in a way that was good then but is bad now. I don't think that's the case at all. I think it's just a game, like many games, like many good games, requires you to meet it on its terms. And I think many people, not just me, have a harder time probably meeting those terms today than back then. I don't know that I would have been super into it back then either. I think playing this version at 60 FPS, like, it makes the experience more palatable in some ways, but I remember being super impressed playing the N64 game that, like, man, it kind of runs like shit, but it still feels really good somehow. Like, the movement and the shooting is like, man, it actually feels good. Yeah, I mean, I think the vast oceans of games at one's fingertips in 2025 compared to 1997 or 99 or 2001 or whenever you would have played this, it's a factor, but it's not the only factor. It might not be the decisive factor, but I think, I mean, for me personally at least, being at a different stage of life probably is a bigger difference. I never obsessed about this game. I didn't have an N64. I didn't care about this game all that much, but I've certainly had games I've obsessed over at different points in my life. But it's a lot more difficult, or like at least obsessing over a game at the kind of scope or time investment required to like complete the entirety of this game on 00 Agent or whatever. That degree of investment is something I extremely rarely, if ever, give any game nowadays. But I think being a child and / or playing video games in the 90s gave you better odds of having the correct set of circumstances to be willing and able to apply that obsessive mindset to this game. So that's not really a critique, it's just an observation of how markets and like trends have changed, because like this was not quote unquote a normal game. Like a game being this demanding and challenging but also constructed to support that playstyle was extremely unusual. Like I think, well, extremely unusual. It certainly wasn't the norm. People were doing like speedrun demos of Quake, individual Quake maps and stuff, but like the game itself wasn't really structured to support it. That was something that the community kind of invented and built. But releasing a major game like published by Nintendo and what have you that is built to allow this kind of thing is one of the things that I think is most interesting about this game, and it's very novel, and in a way it's more common today, but certainly not in like big mainstream AAA games for the most part. It depends a little bit of what the game is, but you know, ironically, if you want to use that word, the modern Hitman games definitely have that. And it's a big part of why I love those games. Like the way it's sort of structured around bite-sized challenges. Like if you have, I don't like long games, but I mostly like am into games that have the ability for you to play a satisfying like portion, or like you can have a session of a game that feels complete and satisfying in a small window of time. And in this game, like modern Hitman, like one attempt or one completion of a level can be that full sort of cycle and loop. But I think this game is, for the most part, past playing through it once on Agent, like it is a pretty demanding game. And I think there's, I don't know, like the environment in which this game is released, even trying to sort of copy this game's structure, I feel like it would have been a tougher sell in a lot of ways to try to recreate that aspect of this game while making a big mainstream release in like later eras. But in a way, like Everything or Nothing is maybe about the closest they got. I mean, except for World's Not Enough on N64, which is very like directly modeled off this. I don't know. I think that's like a very interesting part, maybe the most interesting part of this game. But as far as like taking the sort of timeline chronology aspect into account, I'm trying to reach some kind of conclusion here, but I think it's like expecting or building to support that level of sort of obsessive play. On one hand, I think is awesome and it's really cool, and it's something I want to see more of in games today. But it's what makes me not really like this game is the specifics of how the challenge is presented, because the combat is very frustrating in a lot of ways. But I'm a huge fan of arcade games, and I get very frustrated with the difficulty of like releasing and marketing arcade games in a landscape where people are not accustomed to what an arcade game experience is like, and like having a bite-sized experience that is meant to be challenged multiple times or in different ways or cleared on limited continues or what have you. And this isn't exactly that, but I think it aligns with it. And it's just interesting to observe like how at one point in time I think it was easier to release something like that than it maybe is today. And it's not necessarily that people were more into arcade type experiences. I think it's almost more to do with the fact that the sameness and frictionless nature of what people would come to expect of like big video game releases had not really been established at this point in time. I would say probably around a decade after this game came out is when you started seeing that like get sort of codified and like as an example, I remember when I played the original God of War, which came out in 2005, I thought it was really refreshing and interesting and exciting that it had like extremely generous checkpoints. Basically any enemy encounter, like if you die on an enemy encounter and you restarted, you basically never have to do more. Like you don't have to do multiple enemy encounters before you get back to where you were. And that felt really like innovative. And that's of course essentially representative of how you expect like mainstream action games to function nowadays. Well, I say nowadays, meaning, you know, the last 20 years. But that wasn't the case then. Like throughout basically like the original Xbox, PS2, GameCube generation of console games, you still kind of expected maybe not limited lives and continues, but at least like checkpoints and sort of having a game that you enjoy but you didn't finish it because you got blocked by the difficulty. Like, oh, this game was cool but I never finished it. Obviously, you know, you can play a game today and not finish it, but it's exceptionally rare. Like, it's very difficult to imagine a game, let's say, like from, I mean, even throughout the 360 generation, of course, you had games that were like that, but like big polished releases from major publishers from, you know, around the start of that generation onwards, you would not expect those games to ever like brick wall you with challenge. You expect them to be a smooth experience of just enjoying it from beginning to end. But certainly in the 90s that was not the case. In the 2000s, early 2000s, that was not the case. I completely agree that you don't need to finish games. Like I looking at the games I had as a kid, I never finished most of them. I mean, I don't personally put a lot of stake in like finishing a game as any kind of prerequisite for enjoying a game or having an opinion on it. But I'm not talking about that. I'm saying this game and that kind of approach to, I mean, essentially being okay with people not finishing the game because the game is structured around, I mean, that's not exactly true for this game, but like speaking very broadly, the idea of like, as a creator of this game, I'm not obligated to allow anyone to see the game through to the end without overcoming a degree of challenge that may or may not be too much for them. As far as like mainstream games were concerned, that is a shift that happened, right? I think everyone can agree with like, just that's a fact that we can observe. That doesn't mean that there are zero exceptions, of course, but like by and large, there was a shift in consumer expectation. And even games that are extremely handholdy, even today, of course, can have like absurdly challenging bonus difficulty levels and whatnot. But for the baseline to be sort of, I mean, in a way, you could argue that this game is sort of ahead of its time, forward thinking, by agent difficulty being as low as it is, and the sort of progression saving stuff being so generous. The fact that you don't have limited lives or continues or whatever means that you can, like, in that specific regard, this game more resembles, you know, a game from the 2010s than from the 90s. But it's still, you know, you have to look at it through a very specific lens, I think, to arrive there. But I appreciate the concept and structure of how the game is built, and I think it's been a very, you know, consistent through line of playing games in this project post GoldenEye, where every game that has had like long levels make me feel, as cool and fun as the game may be, it's like, man, I wish the games had shorter levels. And of course, Everything or Nothing is all like 3-minute levels, and it's fucking awesome. It's the best fucking game. And then of course it has like an absurd difficulty spike in the final level. So even though the final level it's longer than most in that game, but that means that it's like a 10-minute level instead of a 3-minute level, but it takes like 4 hours to trial and error your way through. It's like an excruciating gauntlet. That is like probably maybe a little bit too difficult. But I love that kind of structure. And that game too has like, it's not built quite like this, but it's very similar. Like the specific types of challenges and whatever aren't the same, but it has like score and medals. Like you can get like gold and platinum ranks on every level in that game. Like there's a very obvious system in place to encourage you to play and replay levels. And that was kind of lost. Like, even if some games still had a system like that, I think a system like that is fucked if a level takes like an hour to complete. But if a level takes 2 minutes to complete, then it's fucking sick. And this game has that going for it on paper. It just happens to have a lot of annoying stuff in it too that I personally don't really like. So I can appreciate it having a lot of the right ideas, but the game is, for me, very strongly sort of hampered by issues with the execution. I've streamed for 6 hours today, apparently. That's this Sunday. It's Sunday today, right? I think so. It's 6:18 p.m. I should probably get some kind of dinner going soon. So we will wrap up very shortly, but we have one last order of business. This game was not officially on the game list, which means we will not rank it on the tier list. But do this. We can keep this background music. Let me just turn it down a little bit. And let me get a few things in order here. Bear with me for a moment. We're still gonna consult the spreadsheet. We also got a few more updates to do here. Wait, I already have it here somewhere in my other browser. Because GoldenEye 007 for Xbox Live Arcade has now been completed. Mission complete in 5 hours, 15 minutes, and 34 seconds. Completed the campaign on Agent difficulty. I'll just add here, Secret Agent up through, what's before Bunker? Surface? I'll just say until Bunker. Today is 2025 14, I believe. Yeah. And that, my friends, feels simultaneously satisfying and weird. Unbold this, we can green it. And that means that this list is now fully populated. The timer is just, you know, it's for how we spend time with the game. I don't mean to make you feel unspecial or anything, but I assure you this is not the first nor last time I got severely sidetracked in the midst of playing a game. So, statistically, I think I probably got equally sidetracked in this playthrough as I would have in any previous one. So that's, I think, you know, statistically accurate. But yeah, we now have a final time for games. So as you can see here, most missions have been completed, some were not. A View to a Kill on Commodore 64 is indeed an unfinishable mess of a game. Of course, we have YouTube links. You can find the playthroughs of all these games on YouTube. Some games I have marked as green, even though we may have used some trainers or cheats to get through them. But I figure, especially in the case of these old computer games, that's entirely in line with how at least I would have played these back in the day. So I think that's reasonably fair. I think the one complete sort of, I was going to say blemish, maybe a bit harsh. But 007 Hover Chase. It says here J2ME. I think that's actually technically not accurate. I guess it's probably still Java, but this is a mobile phone game based on everything, or Die Another Day is what it's called, not Everything or Nothing. I had done a bunch of research before picking the game list and playing everything, of course, but it had escaped me that apparently that game runs on a very particular kind of platforms that are not emulated. Or rather, it is technically sort of emulated. You can boot it up, but it doesn't run properly, and it did not, you know, you can't play it. So I don't know how exactly one may be able to address that, but it meant for the practical purposes of Games Bond that we were not able to play it. So I typed out here skipped for now due to game being unplayable in emulator. The for now is a little bit of a caveat, just in case conditions might change between then and I guess now. I admittedly have not done any additional research since then, but I find it highly unlikely that this is actually something that's changed. So unfortunately, that means that for the list of 50 games, the official mission list here, there is one game that is just not played at all. But I like to think that we've kind of made up for it by doing 7 bonus missions. Technically, there are additional things that have not still been included that could hypothetically, technically be done. There have been smartphone games that have since been discontinued that I don't know if there's maybe some roundabout way of maybe accessing. I'm not sure. I found after the fact at least one, I think it's like a Polish text adventure, unlicensed of course, but that would kind of that sort of fits the same category as Aquabase, which was an unlicensed text adventure, but at least Aquabase was in English. Obviously there's I'm sure other like fan games, there's like mods and hacks of GoldenEye and other stuff. Like there's more stuff that we could, if we wanted to, we could cast the net wider. But I think anything that we may have quote unquote missed, or as I would rather say, you know, not included, are, I think, of increasingly minor statistical importance. I think it's fair to say that with 50 plus games and 300 plus hours of Bond gaming under my belt, we've got ground thoroughly covered. I think, if memory serves, I happened to look somewhat recently, out of curiosity. I think I was looking at the spreadsheet for the Caped Crusade, which I think I actually still just have a command for. Several years ago, I did a similar project playing Batman games, and I think that came out to less time. I don't know if I have it actually. I don't think I have a... Yeah, I don't actually have a sum of the time. Let's see if I can just... Can I calculate this bullshit? Let me do that. Yeah, 288 hours. That we've actually spent a decent chunk more time on Bond than Batman, which frankly comes as a surprise to me. I think part of that may be a little bit of a difference in approach from me as a streamer and player. Maybe getting more sidetracked on essays and lecture mid gameplay. Because interestingly, well, actually, I think another difference is that we finished way more of the Bond games. Looking at the Batman spreadsheet, if you're so inclined, I'm not going to bring it up on stream because it's kind of effort and beside the point. If we had actually committed to finishing games, strictly speaking, I wasn't committed to finishing anything for James Bond either. I was perfectly fine skipping things or giving up or aborting or switching to easier difficulties, like to keep things moving. And I was expecting to have to do that a lot more, especially with the computer stuff. But we actually properly finished almost everything. Whereas with Batman, there were a lot of games that were just super difficult. Which meant that, like, looking at it, like, you know, there were games I played for, like, less than 4 or 5 hours. Curious to see Batman. This must be the Amiga one, right? No, the Atari Lynx. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, the Atari Lynx Batman Returns. I played for 1 hour before I gave up. And I mean, it's like, yeah, that game is fucked. I can't imagine beating it. But I think that accounts for the biggest difference, like just the mindset. I think if I played an equally difficult game for James Bond, I'm sure I would have played it for longer before just saying fuck this, let's move on. So I think that accounts. Like looking at the play times, like there were so many games that were like less than an hour or like up to 3 or 4 hours, but that I beat using passwords and save states and walkthroughs and stuff like that. And it's funny because I don't feel, I mean, in hindsight, I kind of feel like I wish I gave those games a little bit more time, but I don't feel that different about the mindset of like, this is about exploring the games, this is about looking at a chronological timeline of games. This isn't about flexing my pro gamer muscles and being cool and good and beating all these games. Like, I don't care about that. I feel like being able to finish the game gives me more fuel to assess the game as a whole and my feelings on it, sure, but it's not important to me to have the prestige of having completed the games. So I've always taken that approach with these like big projects of like, yeah, if the game's too difficult for me, that's fine. Like, I don't forcing myself to like committing to beating every single game would just lead to me giving up on like the first or second game. So that's no good. But still, the difference, I think, there's like some difference. I mean, I think the Batman games on general, like on average, were more difficult. I guess that's the easiest thing to say about it. But even the 20-hour slog, or whatever. Let me actually see. Yeah, 1929 is the time for GoldenEye. I think when I did the Batman project, I would not have had the patience to stick with it, I guess. So that's interesting. But I think that definitely accounts for the major difference, because Batman has more games. 56 games plus like 9 DLC things, I think. Yeah, because it's 65. Well, that's not 65 full games, technically. Like, the Arkham games all have like expansions that I counted as like a separate thing. But not only that, but Batman has a lot of games. Yeah, so like on the Batman list, game 50 through 65 are all 2012 or later, whereas in James Bond, 2012 is like where the timeline ends. And as you'd expect, like right around that time, like the average length of this, you know, console games and everything was significantly longer. Actually, come to think of it, we have a bunch of phone games on here too. I didn't include phone games for the Batman project, so these all also have like an average shorter game length. So yeah, Batman definitely had more games that were longer. But because I spent sort of disproportionately short amount of time on games that I didn't commit to finishing, the average game time becomes sort of deflated, I guess. But regardless, we've taken longer. James Bond has been ongoing for over 3 years, which is also significantly longer, I think. I didn't put completion dates on the Batman spreadsheet, but I remember we took like a 6-month break at some point, relatively close to the end. Although I guess in adding everything up, we've taken longer breaks than that altogether. Longer break time in James Bond, but anyway. we're at the end here at 304 hours, 24 minutes, 29 seconds. And I feel very satisfied about what we've been able to complete. But this is not technically the end of James Bond. I am currently in the midst, well, not just me, but I plus anyone compelled to join in on my Discord server. We're currently rewatching all Bond films, and we have made it as far as Diamonds Are Forever. Next up, I haven't set a date for it. Maybe tomorrow. I'll need to look. We're gonna do Live and Let Die. So we're about a third of the way through the Bond films, and I'm gonna try to get through that around the time of, or like throughout December, hopefully, kind of as quickly as we can, I guess. We might do some double feature marathon nights or something to kind of crank through them. But we're doing that because we are collecting extra data for the James Bond. I was gonna say patented. It's not patented, but science here of Bond quotient, where we analyze how many of these elements frequently happening in Bond films are also present in Bond games, to assess which is not the best James Bond game, but the most James Bond game. And in order for this science to be properly accurate, we need to account for the degree to which each of these things actually appear in the films. Should be patented. Well, I'm not going to go through that trouble, I can say quite decisively. But that means that we have to properly document and record the data for all these things in the films as well as the games. And that's what we're in the midst of doing. So I will continue to conduct that research with the company of whoever wants to join me. Once we have all the data, there's going to need to be a little bit more prep work. But once that is all ready, we can do the proper James Bond finale, which I predict to be happening sometime around mid-January, probably. And it feels strange but satisfying to know that we have all the games done. We don't need to be playing anything before that. We just need to be watching and personally doing a little bit of data collection and research work. What's up, Tonda? James Bond Jr. is included on account of being James Bond. James Pond is not included on account of not being James Bond. But yeah, you can access the spreadsheet and you can find the VODs for every game. You can also the links here on the game title, they lead to timestamps for the one VOD that I did from the opening stream, like the first stream we did back in 2022. I went through the entire game list to sort of introduce every game, which I'd be terrified to look at now. Who knows how I don't even know. I mean, I don't really watch my own VODs anyway, but of course, at this point, you would probably, it makes more sense to just watch the game. But yeah, you have everything you need in the spreadsheet if you want to find more information about any one particular game. On the Discord, there is a link to the actual up-to-date tier list, but I have also added relatively recently the official tier list ranking for every game in the spreadsheet here. It's not as visual of a presentation, but you can at least see how I rated each game. So we're going to, during the finale, also do kind of a proper full overview of the tier list. And I'm going to probably, hopefully, I mean, I haven't really worked out the complete sort of itinerary for the finale stream, but we're going to do the game's, or the bond quotient final assessment of every game. All the yellow boxes here are things that I need to kind of check the tapes and make sure to fill in accurately, which, man, that's going to be a lot of work. But we also we're gonna weigh these values. The raw bond quotient assumes that every aspect is worth the same amount, and they will not be, because their worth will be weighed by the frequency of which each thing happens in the films. So something that happens in all the films is going to be worth more than something that only happens in like 5 films. So we're going to make sure that we get the final up-to-date proper bond quotient rating for every game. And if all goes well, we're also going to do a full numbered ranking of all games. There might be more happening than that, but it's probably going to be a mega stream. When we did the finale for the Caped Crusade, I think that was a pretty hefty stream. Because we did do a proper full numbered ranking of every game. It's going to work out a little bit differently here, but yeah, I'm simultaneously dreading and looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. It's going to feel awesome to like properly be, done with everything. But it's actually going to be a non-insignificant amount of work. But there you go. I will try as best I can to set a date with some amount of heads up. I don't want to commit to a date right now because I need to actually finish watching all the films and everything, and things might happen. I don't know exactly, but don't expect an announcement before the new year. But hopefully in early January or so, I can set a date for the James Bond finale, and we will get through all of this and have the final everything done. A lot of sweat and tears went into this project. I dare say a non-zero amount of blood. I mean, technically, probably 0 amounts of blood. At least mine. But it was, well, I shouldn't use the past tense just yet. It has been fun. Can't believe it's already been 6 hours. I can't believe it's already been 3 years and change. Not quite 3.5, but by the time we're done, it's going to be about 3.5 years. And then we have like a brief intermission where I'm going to play like 25 versions of the original Prince of Persia, which I'm also super excited about. And hopefully we can fit in that quite neatly before the release of 007 First Light in March. But that'll be it for me today. I have streamed for 6 hours and change, and I should make dinner. And I want to go like take a nap or something, but I probably shouldn't take a nap at like 7 p.m. That seems like a bad idea. Stream will return. I'm not sure when, as usual. I've got some things I need to do this upcoming week. I have some appointments of various nature. I have some medical appointments I'm a little bit anxious about that may have an impact on my willingness or ability to stream. I don't really know. We'll see. But because we're finally sort of free of this, upcoming streams will probably be of the whatever the hell I feel like nature. And I guess I should mention too, like, I've had thoughts. I wanted to do some kind of subathon thing for like unemployment fundraising. and maybe setting up some additional goals of things to do. But I'm a little bit hesitant about that for a few reasons. But that was something that I was thinking I would want to try to do before Christmas. So that could hypothetically happen next weekend. As things are currently, things are kind of whatever, not super well planned out. So that might happen without a tremendous amount of planning or foresight or heads up or official announcements, which is probably not great, but I don't know. I'm kind of playing it by ear. That might happen. But otherwise, I'll stream kind of whenever, as I have been doing. And if I manage to make any kind of announcements, they're likely to happen on Discord, if I can spell that correctly. There's a link. That's also where you can join in on movie nights if you are so inclined. Next one is going to be Live and Let Die. Haven't scheduled it just yet, but likely within the next handful of days. Thank you to everyone thanking me for a good stream. Appreciate that. Thank you for good company. We're gonna go raid Goaty, who's playing Terminator 2D No Fate game, which seems excellent, from our friends at Bitmap Bureau. I do want to play this myself as well. I'll do it when I have income and can spend money on video games, I guess. Take care, everybody. Have a nice remainder of your Sunday, and I'll see you guys, I don't know, some other time. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.